hydrate. Ah. Hello, everyone. Wow, 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 wow. No trackers for a little bit, guys. Wow, it's true. Is that future Aether roleplayer true? Okay. Hello, everyone. It is me, Kiki. I will be going to the Glass City today. Meow. Oh, is this... a little smaller today because of this thingy. And we will redo the masking a little bit. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, this place is so big. Every time I come here, very difficult to find anyone. Oh, I bet everyone's by the bar. Well, you know. There everyone is. There they are. Yum, yum, yum.
Generally, what kind of stuff do you like? So, what, how it can help you share? Yeah, simple standard stuff. And also, a lot of different things in there.
Yum.
8:30 in the afternoon. Classes.
Meow.
Just making something real quick.
By the way, it seems that
Oh, hi, Kiki.
the runes that I've been looking into, there's another one. So
Runes? What runes?
the
Like
runes I talked to you
regular
about earlier
runes?
today.
Ah, those runes.
Yeah. So unless we can find more about them, I don't think anything is conclusive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Other times it is more,
Yeah, I'm actually...
well, general effects.
You'll notice that Ripley actually has a book. It is dubbed the Anarchist Cookbook, or Anarchemist Cookbook, by Lazuli, Ripley, and Captain Crimron Timbershield.
Happen to have a
Yeah.
certain specialist.
Meow.
Not divulge. You can very quickly create something that is less some poor man's yeast, and likely very overly flavorful and rancid to consume, into something more acidic. Well, less acidic and more heavily burning, stinging to the nerves of those who are made of flesh. It's always a good thing to make, just in case.
Yeah.
Ah. Hello, Kiki. We have guests from the Fell household.
Yeah. Who's that? Or who are they?
Well, apparently they are, well, individuals who are of a more, well, hunting sort of nature. And apparently have some level of history with Nephesis, as he was a member of their family at some point, it seems.
Well, that sounds... That sounds interesting.
Indeed. Simple and vile, but... well, it will suffice if they have nerves.
It'll only be a little bit. We're gonna beat the shit out of each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be very fun.
So where is our guest?
Well, the one currently in the maid dress, and I believe... ah, here's one of them. Let me go and chat to them real quickly. Is there something you need?
No, we shouldn't.
Something you want?
Yeah. What's the hardest thing you've got in the entire ball of that?
Fantastic idea. He's the king.
I believe that would be something of the king's own brew, actually. It's I believe it is, well, one of his fire meats currently in stock.
Alright, how much for a bottle?
For a bottle,
For the fell family.
depends. What all do you have on hand?
The visionary. I'm a diviner.
He sticks his, as he opens his bag, you see this thing's just filled to the brim with fucking apples of all things, and he just struggles to find anything. Let's see.
Oh.
There we go.
I'm trying to forget
Got gold.
as much as possible while I'm sober.
Hell yeah.
I'm not completely sober.
My fucking bartender fluxed. This is bullshit.
No, Emmy. No.
Well, I guess I have to serve myself. Leaves the gold.
You killed Remy. Oh my god. Oh, I'm just kidding. I'm done.
Sorry, were you asking
Yeah.
about me?
Yeah.
Oh,
You know
I just
the
haven't heard
bartender?
of the Fell family before.
Yeah. You may know Nephesis was a fell, though not an official one.
Oh.
So, you know. Recently, some people went into our graveyard and did some things, so now we gotta figure out who it was.
That sounds sketchy.
Yeah, there were some people that came over, but we had our eyes on them the entire time, though still suspicious figures nonetheless.
Hmm. Interesting.
So, nonetheless, we're trying to figure out who it is beyond orders, so, you know.
I imagine.
But, nonetheless, you got any idea who might have been around there? Went on a trip recently.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
No clue, really.
maybe seems a bit sketchy, or seems like they would take someone's arm,
Someone's
leg, or
arm.
something.
Mm.
Yeah, like, let's see.
Well, it's not like there hasn't been anyone like that, but the trouble is, well, there's plenty of people like that in around Aether.
So I'm hearing is it could be anyone.
Yeah.
Aetherites.
Unfortunately. Ah, yes.
Okay.
Aetherites seem to be the
I
type
don't
to
know,
cause
anyone you know
problems.
was on a little excursion or adventure exactly like a week ago.
A week ago?
Goddamn Aetherites.
I don't think so.
Damn.
The thing is, well, my friends seem to be doing missions pretty regularly, so I really don't know who would have been a week ago.
Well, either or.
But perhaps I'll ask around for you, though.
Well, yeah, if you can find anyone that's been around Fell Manor.
Okay.
I guess I'll go check those people out.
Oh, wait, sir.
Was behind the desk is no longer behind
What
the
is your
desk.
name again?
Doma.
Dom.
Doma?
Yeah.
Ah, pleasure to meet you, Doma. Ripley kinda Mornis, crafter at the Artisans Guild on Aether. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure.
Also,
Well,
fascinating weapons you have, if I
Yeah.
say so myself.
yeah,
Hmm.
thanks. They're pretty cool.
What does it do? Oh.
And if I ever want, I can just have the blade.
I was gonna say that just looks like a couple of sticks.
Yeah.
But if you can put a blade on it, it seems pretty cool.
Oh yeah,
an
it's pretty
army
dang
for
useful.
Be trespassers. Yeah.
Yeah, Fell family specialty weapon, so hard to find others like it.
Why are you looking for prisoner
Oh.
this place?
There you go.
You okay,
Hello.
Stu?
Just tired. Well, I was just gonna ask the group as a whole. I want to see if any of you guys have been to Felton Manor recently.
Never heard of that place. Sorry.
Yeah, if you know, what's his name? Nephesis. He used to. It's a place where he grew up, you know?
No.
Huh? Never been?
Honestly speaking, I never really knew Nephthys. The most time that I
was
spent
there
with
when
them
he
was their
died.
corpse.
Ah. You?
They're not on the best of modes.
Huh?
No, Nephesis.
You don't know him?
I know. No.
Oh.
Um,
Have you ever been to Felton Manor, give or take, like a week ago?
Hello, Kiki.
Oh,
I went to a
oh,
ball.
oh.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
But haven't been since?
So, how was the adventure earlier this morning?
Well, alright.
I heard.
Adventure.
Might
Oh,
as well go see how that flight's
eventful, I suppose.
Oh, what's that?
I feel like people just need to talk more.
A resident from
Yeah.
They're probably talking about Desmond at my feet.
Yeah.
And
Alright.
you're also coming with me.
Yeah.
Stern, I will pick you up telekinetically if you don't know.
How much
get him
can
a
you
jam.
carry
You
at
get him a
multiple
jam.
times?
I can carry up to 1,000 pounds.
Oh, then you can't carry me at this point.
Wait, can or cans? I thought you were only 600.
Jeez.
Oh, you got heavier. What did you do?
Yo, it's been hard
Upgrades,
times
people,
recently.
upgrades.
People are fucked up
No
right
kidding. God, yeah.
Yeah, wielding these two, I probably can't pick up each of them.
now. Yeah.
Hello,
Mm,
Kiki.
yeah. Hello. Would you like to speak later?
We can once whatever Emmy wants to do is done.
Of
I'm
course.
bringing you to sleep. Feel free to have your conversation.
Yeah.
There's a nice in-room that I saw.
I'm using Emily's room.
Oh, okay. She has a room in this glass setting.
Yeah.
Saw Ashley
Hey,
today.
he's got his little hat on again.
Yeah.
She gave back her key. I
After
haven't
what
under
I
investigation.
Told them before.
Didn't I give
I woke up
Emily gave
in
her
a
Glass City room key
medical
to,
when
to Julian.
Right.
I took that.
I'm
I-
trying to make the
I
difference.
don't know.
This
I-
is the Glass
I don't know
City.
why
Is this
I
the Glass
woke
City
up there.
Because where the fuck have we
This is
been?
the Glass
I
City.
fell
Is this
asleep
the
somewhere
same
around
Glass
here.
City? 'Cause-
Oh.
I just woke up
No.
there.
Is what
What's
we
the
go
point?
to on the other map.
Oh, okay.
Are you doing okay?
This is the city.
You don't look like you've been getting a lot of rest.
Yeah.
No. Resting kinda
This is
hurts.
why map swaps happen. Because they're two different places.
It's more of like, honestly, this should be the night mode of the Crystarium. In my opinion.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about those fell
We have
people
access to
going
it.
around?
Yell at Classic for that, not at Joker
Yeah,
Pets.
probably.
Even we tell
Yeah.
his ass to do that.
Be gentle with him, though, give him recent events.
I hear
Oh,
about
yeah, he's been through a
Desmond.
lot.
Probably.
Yeah. They mentioned someone like stealing some arm or something.
Although at some
That's
point
what
I'm
I'm
starting
Yeah.
to get to the.
Hmm?
I'm starting to get to the same dissatisfaction. Like, yeah, we have a lot of rules, and it's intentional. But goddamn.
Yeah.
You know what? If
Yeah.
I'm only carrying Halifax, can I carry you?
We did.
I'm probably way less at this point. I'm like, what, 40 pounds at most? Probably even less than that.
Reduced, you are 1/4 of the weight.
Ah, okay, so yeah, about
That's why I
30 to
didn't
40.
answer him.
I will say she reduces the density of
Because I was there.
At this
Oh.
point, she is constantly 1,000 or more.
What did you?
What's so important about that hand?
This. You've seen
It
it.
was to
You've
free
seen it. She
Desmond.
does this.
Yeah.
And we said
This is canon. This is real.
to
Um.
unlock the sarcophagi.
It uses-
I
so
see.
What it does is, it's integrated all of her
We thought we were helping
her war
Nephthys.
armor, like that amethyst armor that you can see her do. It's integrated all of that into her. body.
Yeah.
So
Tonight I died on monkey
So when she tries to do the warform armor, it looks like this.
I can imagine it's weighing pretty heavily on you.
Because she can't actually expel it anymore.
Not okay anymore.
Understood.
But if she goes warform, then it's warform.
Yeah.
Those are like. I have so many different forms.
This is just making me excited.
my final
If there is a way I can assist eventually after you talk to the people you need to talk to, do let me know.
We're probably gonna go sleep. And we said that maybe resting nearby them would not cause nightmares anymore.
Is made out of fucking tungsten, brother.
Oh, alright, this one.
I don't know if I can even call it a nightmare.
I made the calculations for their weight.
We
It's
should
like
go somewhere.
1,900.
We should go somewhere that isn't, cards.
Well, since I'm kind of behind, could you fill me in on what you know about Desmond?
Might as well. 'Cause I was tasked, with you actually, right? And Emily. Was it? I think. Sorry, I haven't been doing anything about that. It's kind of hard to get my mind around anything.
Don't worry about it.
I should. It's an assignment that I was given because I failed to do my first one.
Well, we have some time. It's okay.
I don't know much, but some stuff. What do you know? So I don't say stuff that you already know.
I honestly don't really know all that much. I saw him like a couple times before the surgery. All I know is that he's been helping. He taught largely the soul rune magic.
Craft. Soulcraft.
Soulcraft?
I mean, I wasn't blaming you. I'm just saying that you're tired and you should go.
What if just tired of that fucking group at the current moment? What if tired of that fucking group at the current moment?
We were sent a letter, me and a couple other people, from someone written as Dr. X to help Nephthys.
Oh, I guess that's why the surgery happened.
In a contract, agreement where he's going to save Nephthys if we save his body. We were instructed to go to the Fell Manor, steal a hand from a grave of one of the Fells, and go to a disordered forest, like an epidemic or like an epidemic, the infected forest for an explosion. We got there, we used the hand to enter a dungeon or a catacomb, and then used the hand to activate a portal. It led to a separate catacomb or chamber, like a pocket dimension. There were many stone coffins floating in the pocket dimensions, assuming with another pocket dimensions within them. We pulled one of them down, opened them with the hand, and out came Desmond.
Oh.
I'm hesitant to talk to that fowl, as I feel, well, responsible in a way.
I see.
Responsible for what happened to Nephis.
Actually, who else was there?
Alora, she was stupid and tried to deal with the Dr. X just to swore in her life force if we don't, just kind of forcing us to do that whole thing. She made an extra deal which did nothing, just kind of gave over her life force as collateral. Tama was there, I think.
Tama.
Who else was there? My memory's spotty.
It's quite alright.
No, in no condition to go after Desmond, and it pissed me off.
I will go in your stead.
Let it go.
Do you think any of them could have helped out Desmond?
Them?
Anybody else you were with?
Phelan was there too. Unlikely. It was a good intention, well intentioned. She was the one who carried the hand, as a paladin was afflicted by whatever the hand was spreading. It was some kind of contagious thing.
Scary.
But no one else grasped it as the paladin was holding it.
What happened to the hand in the end?
I don't remember. I think we left it in the you know, not the catacomb, past the catacomb in the first, just the pocket dimension near the coffin, probably. I'd assume.
Interesting.
I don't know. You'd have to ask Phelan what she did with the arm.
Okay.
Other than that, he was hit or miss. Always. It seemed like good intentions, bad intentions. When he was explaining why he was locked up, it was for poking his nose where he shouldn't have, with the whole family.
Do you know why he could have wanted to kill Nephthys?
I don't know.
It's okay. That is quite a lot of information that you've given me anyways.
Not really. I just tried to do something. Because everything I've tried doing for the last 3 days has just ended up in people either trying to kill each other or kill each other.
And
I'm just tired.
These kinds
And
of
I
things
probably should
happen.
Something afflicting my mind other than this damn... I don't know what all is inflicting my mind at this point. There's too many factors. Stress that I was told, the whole sickness that makes my mood swing like a pendulum. Now there's this whole fear yokai. Amy has a problem with. I don't know. It's too much.
Take my hands.
I have to put down this can. Give me a moment. An emoji drink.
Close your eyes. I will take care of this Desmond situation to the best of my ability. As long as you can help me with a bit of information, then that will be quite enough, okay? Perhaps we should work with the Fell family, if they didn't like him too.
Yeah, but what if I end up in the same situation as him, digging where I shouldn't have? Not that I digged, actually. I just kind of assisted. I covered them in an invisibility veil, but they won't get. They wouldn't have gotten spotted.
Well, I would normally recommend the truth, but whatever you feel is best.
I'll have to confer with someone.
Okay.
A little. Emmy was there? Was she there? I don't remember.
Take your time. Not intruding on anything.
I don't think so.
I can't remember.
I think we're quite nearly wrapped up anyways.
Hello, Remix.
Hey. You sound like you've been through some shit. Especially after today.
Yeah. It's hard to talk about. I don't really want to think back to it.
I won't pry.
Well, how about you, Remy? You came back rather hurt earlier this morning.
I can go into detail on that a bit later.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna leave you two to it. I'm gonna go talk to Emmy.
Okay.
Come talk to me if you would like to, do anything to relax, okay?
Okay. Oh.
Take care, Stern. It's just a hand.
Oh. I mean, I'm just gonna go to the quarters over there. I'm not going anywhere.
Well, true, but better to offer at least something in recognition of, well, brief departure.
Yeah.
I have something
well,
at home, where I come
really?
from, or the religion, at least. It's just that.
Ah.
It comes from the heart. Well, humanoids have the heart there, at least.
Fair enough.
Right. I'll leave you two to your conversation.
Until the next.
Make sure to get some rest. How little you can, at least. Well, how much you can. So, you want to know what happened earlier today then?
Yeah.
In regards to...
You looked pretty injured.
Well, most of the injuries I received was in regards to a natural expedition of sorts. I was helping retrieve an artifact with Crucible and Alu, along with a couple others.
Aww.
It was hectic of a sort. We were not expecting to suddenly be bombarded by undead before even reaching the entrance.
Oh, jeez.
And later on, well, and even when we fully got into it, the proper, actual, I guess, labyrinth, how you could in essence call it, there were even more undead, though these ones seemed a bit more cognitive to a degree. They were capable of actual skill and some level of rationale thought, at least seemingly. Though ultimately their goal was to harm us in the end, and from what can be made, it definitely was filled with a more negative affinity area of sorts. More positive aligned affinities proved to be, well, harder to maintain and keep focus on. In the case of Crucible, it was actively degrading, which can only assume it was, well, probably death affinity, if I were to hazard a guess.
Sounds like quite a dangerous mission. So you got
Indeed.
injured by a bunch of undead? I imagine there was a big guy at the end.
Big guy would be putting it lightly.
Uh-huh.
It looked to be, well, a giant. Not giant kin, true giant.
Oh.
The artifact that we were seeking was on their person. And moreover, their weapon of choice seemed to be a rather large cleaver for a giant, let alone one that was burning.
I'm glad you made it out alive.
Thankfully, Crucible was able to handle it somewhat, for the most part, given their draconic state form that they can achieve. Well, draconic state form is accurate in this instance, but point
Draconic
is...
state form.
My current scatteredness and inability to properly structure a sentence aside, that was not the only thing that we dealt with. Of note, however, undead, while the primarily, well, antagonizing force, there was some... I don't even know if constructs would be the proper term for it. There were the occasional creatures, the meat things of sorts. For the purpose of it, I'll call them, well, flesh constructs.
Flesh golems?
From my understanding, I would assume so, though given from what was understood, they didn't radiate or give any signal that they were undead. They were alive. Though they definitely seemed some form of parasitic, or at the very least viral, in how they operated.
I would want to know how those kinds of things were formed.
Well, given the fact that they became more prevalent around the end, and during our escape we couldn't help but hear several humanoid screams. Several dozen more accurately, but point stands. Whatever those things were, definitely aimed for the ones that were still in there. Assuming we weren't alone. There are definitely signs of others, especially in the case of two corpses. Though, we did definitely confirm on how more of those things were made. Their spikes. Well, the large spike attacks that they send forward, either being from rising from the ground or directly piercing you, it seems to have an adverse effect against those who are actually flesh. One of the spikes pierced one of the corpses. And mind you, we had confirmed it was a corpse prior. Wasn't breathing. There was no signs of life. And it was fully limp, cold, against a part of the rock formation. But when one of the spikes had pierced it, it started to undulate. And myself and one of the other members had thankfully moved swiftly enough, as the moment it had started to awaken, you could say, it took the appearance of one of those flesh golems.
And you said they didn't seem to be undead?
No. It's almost as if they were actively seeking out, well, had a preference for more sapient living life.
Then something new was made.
Maybe, but who's to say? As far as I'm aware, this is something new to me, and probably new to more than a few individuals, but given that how much of them, more accurately, were there, especially near the end, part of me worries that they were actually, well, growing down there. Likely have been for quite some time.
Or a bunch of greedy adventurers were going down there before you.
Definitely a good source of food, if your preference is humanoid lives.
Well, if you've looted it, that means that less people will be drawn there, I think, right?
It was collapsing, so I doubt there's anyone else who could get to it, though. Unfortunately, the one who brought us all together to begin with to investigate these caverns, this downward labyrinth underwater, they mentioned that there was likely some level of treasure, though unfortunately we found very little outside of the actual artifact. No. In any case, the artifact was the main goal, so that much at the very least is, doable.
Suddenly see this random night just pull out a freaking plate of hot chocolate out of nowhere.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like he just plays it like John, nothing spills.
Aww.
Enjoy.
Appreciated.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Still, I am going to be researching the artifact a bit more thoroughly with said gatherer. Zhao is their name. Given more of my own knowledge, and given that they are the one that wanted us to, that wanted to get the crown in the first place, the artifact, it was only pertinent that I at least offer my assistance in helping research it.
Hmm.
It's not every day you get to, well, encounter old relics of a world you've never been to before.
Yeah.
Especially one you're currently living in. So,
Is this your first... This is one of your first outings as an adventurer, isn't it?
in regards to my current self, yes.
Good.
Well,
God, you came back in one piece. That means, the people you've adventured with, you've grown bonds with, then.
well, I already had some form of bond in the case of Alu and Crucible, but I guess it was, well, a learning experience getting to know. Hi, Yami. Goodbye, Yami.
Yeah.
But yes, in their cases, I already had some level of bond, though I definitely got more experience in regards to how they operate in, well, when fighting in tighter corridors. Though in the case of Triss and Zhao, Zhao definitely seemed some level of competent, though there was some levels of miscommunication at times, or lack of communication. And I'm accidentally hitting them in with a couple of my spells.
That's bound to happen a few times. Just be
Indeed.
careful.
Triss, on the other hand, definitely seemed proficient and effective. Definitely showing their experience as a fighter of sorts. Well, of their own kind of fighter. Though I do question their mental fortitude to some degree. Less in the aspect of resolve, but more... well, less in the aspect of resolve and fervor, and more in the aspect of will. During the exploration, we had accidentally made a, well, taken a left when we should have taken a right. And in there was a form of large orb of sorts.
Orb.
It
Those can be quite
appeared to
irresistible.
It propagated even more deaths within the actual room it was contained in. To the point where Crucible actively could not enter with the amount of degradation it provided. Let alone the amount of degradation it inflicted onto Alu as well. While Zhao was taking a look around and such, Triss had actually... how do I put this? She had been charmed, essentially. I had asked her what had caused her to want to go towards the orb and such, and she said that she needed to get there and observe it. At first, I considered it was just mild curiosity, but given the fact that we were splintering at this point, I suggested that, well, I believe I suggested that I come along with, or at the very least I could inspect it to some degree. Though, she definitely seemed adamant of doing it herself. It's when we were about to actually climb up as well, then the effects of the degradation were becoming more prevalent, not just for those already affected, but for those who were, well, mortal. Properly mortal.
Triss is one of the part of the Redwall Guard, right? One of the seconds or something?
If memory serves, she's actually commander.
I remember
But I
Grimron
could be
talking a
wrong.
bit about her.
Yes. They
I
are
think
both Redwall guards.
I think he saved her at some point from a kidnapping.
That part I didn't know.
Yeah.
In any case, it was around by the time that the influences started to become more evident and such, and my And when she was nearing the actual, well, point at which she could reach it, well, more accurately, the, I guess, spiraling staircase, in order to get to it, was when she came back to her senses. On one hand, I can commend her for breaking the charm effects herself. On the other, the fact that she was as susceptible as she was does bode ill for me. At least to some degree.
Susceptible to charming, then. I see.
No. If memory serves as well. I don't know how the elven races here on Aether are like, but one would assume that elves at least have some level of resistance against such effects.
You never know.
In either case, though, we had been... what was that?
I would hope she proved reliable, though, as one of the higher members of the guard.
She did. Outside of a few occasions, we all were able to, well, very steadily advance forward. There were a couple moments where we were allowed respite to heal up and, well, properly get our mana and energy back. To certain degrees, though. At the same time, given the activity levels of the undead and such, we couldn't, well, if we did rest, we only made sure they were short before advancing forward. I will say this, though. I was thankfully able to retrieve something from Riker in the morning. Well, early morning, before actively heading out.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Some,
fair
well,
enough. I mean, I guess everybody has their own way.
it proved useful, especially at the end.
Yeah.
Toward the side of the giant's head, thankfully.
Oh. What exactly was it?
Feeling I'm gonna get along with you, because the fact that like almost every single person I've asked to fight has been willing to fight with me has been really big.
Firearm. Rifle.
Oh.
Use Dragon Bone.
Probably fine. I would rather this.
That sounds fancy.
Getting their hair. Nah, I wouldn't plan on.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yes.
My name is
Hello.
Isabel, head of security, or rather aspiring head of security of the Fell family and the Fell Manor and all matters related to that. It's an honor to put her. Excuse me, you wouldn't happen to know any grave robbers, would you? Visited our manor, what to say, a week ago?
I don't tend to get
Stolen
along
arm.
with grave robbers.
Unless you consider...
They're looking
well,
for Emily.
Now, one of their names was Emily, but it's a kind of common name. It doesn't narrow it down a bunch. Any of you feel like selling out your friends?
Well, she's the quote-unquote princess of a crime syndicate.
There were a couple of other people, like I think 3 others. One of them is too dangerous, but like if you know any, if you're willing to sell out any of those people, super grateful.
I wouldn't really know
what
much
do you
about
know
it.
the Aetherites involved in this?
Let's see. I don't actually know why they wanted to steal Artemis's arm, but I do know that it led to a much larger incident we're trying to get a hold of. They are, generally speaking, idiots for thinking. They're the sorts of people who see secure containment facility for deadly artifacts and horrors that are locked away for a reason and think, let's break in if that helps narrow it down at all.
That probably doesn't actually narrow it down that much.
Ooh. One of their accomplices, they weren't at the site of the grave robbing, but they did distract me, unfortunately. Kind of idiot who thinks that white moves first in chess. That kind of asshole.
I don't think I follow.
Do you have
What
a
about you?
description?
Grave robber.
Nothing else? No pertaining features, anything like that?
Let's see. The one who was really bad at chess was about as tall as I was. Very whiny voice. One of them. Ooh,
Yeah? Wait, what color was their hair?
one of them really wanted tea. I think it was brown, or was it black? It was darker.
Alright.
The thing is,
We'd really like
I
that
think
arm back.
a lot of Aetherites would probably do some get grave robbing if given the chance.
That's why it's gonna be a huge pain figuring out which of you grave robbers is our grave robber. Well, regardless. If any of you would like the thrill of selling out one of your beloved friends, come find me. I'm with the rest of the fells, so any of them will be able to get in touch.
You know, out of curiosity, I'd love to visit a Fell Manor sometime. Like,
Yeah. You want a job?
Your name.
Oh. I do freelance.
Your kind
Isabel,
is
of course.
Your kind is the monster hunting sort. This Fell family.
Well, I'm in containment division, right? So we also do artifacts, but yeah, more or less.
I see.
I do freelance. If y'all need divination services, I can do that. I'm not looking for like a permanent job, because I feel like your definition of permanent is a little longer than I would like.
Well, we do have a couple of divination experts locked up in the basement, so if you would like, we could probably capture you. Divination is a terrible thing, don't you know?
Oh, I know.
Quite often.
What about this enchantment?
What was it? Do you have any idea how many civilizations would like immediately collapse if some of these prophets were found out to still be alive? It's a disaster. Let me tell you, an absolute proper disaster. When people think that there's like this predetermination, or is it not predetermination? They just get into fights, and then there's wars.
That's the thing. Any person, any diviner who's telling you that there's predetermined fate is full of shit. There's many lines of causality. It's many potentialities.
Yeah, we're definitely capturing you the next time we see. I'm not here on capture duty right now, but next time. I'll let the boss know, and then we can have you in the basement with the rest of them. Sound good?
What am I doing wrong?
Please tell me that's a joke.
What are you talking about? Diviners are extremely dangerous.
You don't know this, Remy?
How about this?
There's worse occupations.
Most people don't even believe me anyway. I'm so fucking high and drunk most of the time. Also, I'm a hobo. Nobody even gives a shit.
Well,
Are they just insane?
probably, actually.
Yes.
Okay.
They are.
Well, shit, that tip that they gave me was probably bogus too.
No, it's not.
I'm basically starting from
I've never told a
scratch.
fucking lie. God.
So,
It's a waffle night.
this-
Here I was thinking we had a new diviner to deal with.
so some people broke into your household?
I'm a fan.
The graveyard outside.
Holy shit, it's the
I normally do the rounds, but I was trying to teach one of the new people. She was causing a stink and wouldn't go out on time, and then the guests had like this weird incident about pee. It was a disaster.
Is this what happens when I sober up?
In any case,
Possibly.
we'll keep an eye out for...
Thank you. Let me
And
know.
if you remember anything else as well, we could probably help out.
Thank you.
No. Wait, hold on. Isabel. Try this fucking waffle.
Hello? Look at me. What do you expect me to do?
It's a texture. Go over the texture thing. You'll like the crunch.
The texture thing?
Are you undead? Is that the
I mean,
joke,
it only
or is
goes
that the...
This is the
Yep.
best fucking waffle
And-
I've ever had in my life. A single gear goes down.
For what it's worth, undead are usually quite fond and effective, so...
This is
I don't know what they want me to
the
do.
kindest
What do you
thing
mean the
anyone's ever done
texture?
for me.
Is there something
Just
weird about it?
just
Is this
try-
an
just
artifact
try-
that needs to be
just take a
contained?
bite. Just take a bite.
No, it's just...
Trust me.
You see it fall right out as soon as she puts it in her mouth and just land on the floor.
You had a moment of
No.
bliss.
I mean, it was kind of nice, I guess. I like
A single.
the
No, I mean,
idea of
I mean,
eating
you
a
need to
waffle,
go.
I guess.
You need to go in there and just like take a big bite, like unhinge your jaw.
I mean,
Satch, I don't think that's going to help.
Falls
Oh, no.
let me eat it because it's very easy to repent.
I guess it makes me feel good to pretend to be eating. You know, normally I would be
I'll
incredibly
give you a
offended, but
take.
I'm not here on beating people up
Look.
duty right now.
Tell you what.
Eating.
if you don't capture me, I'll let you and you can have awful.
It's not my call whether or not we capture you. But if you're not a diviner and you're just a random hobo who doesn't know shit, then we wouldn't waste our time.
I mean, I imagine a bunch of the visions are drug related, you know?
Take care.
Thanks for the heads up. I have no idea how often it is that, like, you have positives on the diviner reports, right? But, like, you have to investigate every single one, right? Because if we let that one through the cracks, like a month or two later, like, the most fucked up things are happening. It's insane. Because, like, they abuse their power to lie. They give prophecies that make people do stupid shit. It's just, I don't think people recognize the amount of power they have when they're practicing for like what part of forbidden don't people understand? That's what I want. That's what I want. No, hey, it keeps me employed. Well, do you let me know if
I understand. Diviners are always quite full of themselves as well. Quite annoying.
I feel like a spring chicken.
That's strangely rejuvenating.
Oh my god.
Arguably, there's worse things in the Viners, but.
Oh yeah? We probably know about them. You know, I heard about a cat that eats human souls. That's kind of like the exact kind of weird ass shit we lock up in floor too.
In 7th grade.
I
don't know about that one,
How old are
but
you now?
hope you're at least able
I'm
to.
23. I'm in my senior year of college.
I would understand.
You're so real for. You're so real for that.
I mean, that sounds quite scary, doesn't it?
Alright, cards up.
A cat
I mean,
eating
that's our
souls.
entire job.
Hmm.
And look, the whole eating souls thing is
Not
actually
saying
really
that.
common. Usually it's infernals that do it, right? And we have to go
Someone
track
happy
them
from
down
my-
because
from
we've
my
got all of
cooking
these like
abilities. Someone do it.
soulless, literally soulless husks and like villages and shit. It's real annoying.
Yeah.
Well, in any case, if they're, it's not entirely unbelievable. Perhaps this cat is infernal, though at the same time.
Do you need help with the cat? That's literally our whole thing, is finding weird ass abnormalities and taking care of them.
I don't know the cat that you're referring to, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me know if you ever change your mind.
Mishka.
Is the cat like a hallucination?
Probably.
I mean, there
Bro,
are
don't know.
hallucinations.
No. It was a pleasure meeting you, Isabel. We'll keep you in mind. Well,
Right here.
I'll at least try to keep you in mind.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah.
Pleasant day, Isabel.
Alright, what do you have to say? What seems to be the injuries?
You see several cuts across her chest, especially stomach, a deep piercing wound.
That was weird.
With the hone, a couple slashes, a lot of
That was
punch
strange.
trauma. Alright, you first, eh? He's the one who fought like a demon, eh?
You know they make me go wear that. Like the maid outfit.
They're what?
What do you think?
Like the head of Thel Manor makes her wear the maid outfit.
Alright.
That's kind of weird, right?
It was me.
How so?
It's kind of weird, right?
Actually, no. Back where I'm from, we actually had something, well, there were a group of individuals who actually performed their duties while both in armor and donned in maid apparel.
Many jobs have work attire. Sometimes they show the employer's
In any
interests.
case, Satch, I take it you're not one for any level of shrewdness in your honesty.
I can. I sometimes choose what information I say, but I never lie.
Still don't know fully if we can put full trust in the Fell family myself, so...
And here I thought your brain is finally all rotted out.
But in any case,
Whoa!
from the way it sounds, they're either being bluntly honest or trying to cause a bit of a stir.
Well, it sounds like they're looking for someone who stole an arm.
They're looking for someone to sell an arm.
I know Emily was a part of it. That's for damn sure.
You know?
You need a hand.
In either case, though, it seems as though that there is plenty of threats amongst their list, and from the way it sounds, they're not one to question. They just simply act.
Of course.
Absolutely. You heard what she said. Didn't matter if what kind of diviner you were or what kind of person you were. You were still a diviner. Therefore, target someone to lock up.
Joey gone for the day?
Yeah, I guess so.
Also, let us not forget they mentioned infernal or anything infernal as targets.
Usual, I need to talk to you privately, kind of.
Yeah. Actually, have you seen Julian?
They were here.
I've seen him plenty of
Have a
times.
conversation. I think he's having a private conversation with one of his daughters.
He's having a chat with one of his
That makes
daughters,
sense.
yeah.
Which one?
Dark Bunny.
Oh, Yami. It's so good to see you, Snow. Apologies for not addressing you earlier. Just,
Yeah.
It's fine. I have been to the collection of and there's still a lot of new faces.
well, I'm at least passively familiar with you, Awful Knight, for the most part. Remix, if you're having trouble remembering by chance.
Oh yes, I've seen you around before. One just walk around the Luna Port.
Remix.
What?
Huh? Sorry, that was out of character. That was a
The
thought
DJ
bubble that
Master
came out of my mouth.
In any case, Remy, I'm gonna have to tell your party members thanks for keeping you safe.
Why is that?
Because they did.
No. Suppose that is true. Oh. Also speak of the devil and they shall appear. There's Julian.
Yeah.
Or speak of the Sapphire
Oh, wait,
and
hold
Shark
on.
Knight.
Hold on.
True.
Julian.
And they're here.
Yes.
There was someone looking for you. I'm gonna go quick get them, alright? They were pretty adamant about it. Hold on, let me find them. I thought they were just outside.
Ever the busybody.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is either going to
Remy.
be a skeleton, a weird kind of creature, or a mouse on and riding a chicken.
I'm scared that those were the specifics.
Yeah.
They're wanting assistance in regards to the issues of cats invading their land.
Do you not know of the dangers of divination, Remy?
I am fully aware what all divination is capable of. However, arguably I consider many other schools of magic equally, if not more so dangerous, depending on, well, the practitioners. For instance, divination is one of many things, yes. While it does dabble into possibilities and some level of chance in regards to, as well, potentially divining futures of variable natures that are, depending on the outcome, more possible than the others. That is not to say that in it itself is dangerous. That is to argue that those who have the ability to see chances and those who can potentially manipulate chances are the most dangerous. Though at the same time, one could argue evocationists are also as equally, if not more so, destructive, especially dangerous. Especially in regards to the fact that evocationists tend to be the ones who, well, produce large effects and various amounts of destruction in regards to their spells. Lest it be forgotten, Fireball is not the strongest evocation spell. If anything, it is technically one of the more achievable ones.
Well, divination itself isn't the issue, Remy.
It's the matter of who is petitioning it, yes.
Just the idea of divination is dangerous. But You're right. There is many schools of magic that are dangerous.
If divination is to be considered the most dangerous school of magic in Aether, then I will recognize it. That said, however, I have also experienced many other places where other schools of magic were considered the most dangerous.
Yeah.
For instance, chaos is inherent to transmutation. One of the planes I once known before that I can now fondly more remember, transmutation was considered the most dangerous of magic schools. Where I was originally inhabited from, necromancy was considered the most dangerous of magical schools.
Wherever you are, Remy, doesn't matter where. The idea of the future, of knowing it can destroy nations. Doesn't matter what level of diviner you are.
There are those who will act upon the information and those who do not, especially in regards to how it can be achieved, how it is utilized, and moreover, how one seeks to advance it further. That's the one thing many people seem to forget. These spells that we have had to be discovered by people in the past and be recorded enough to where enough individuals can properly share it. Moreover, teach it.
Well, our dear wizard seems to think he knows the future.
Potentially.
And not only that, he will act upon it and kill someone.
Most definitely.
This isn't just speculation. He thinks he sees... He's told me he thinks he sees into the future of our small friend. Yes. He sees only strife in her future. Regression and pain. So he seeks to end it.
We should potentially move somewhere else.
Yeah.
Lest we forget, that is still an aetherite. People can come through it. I guess that's another thing to... I suppose that's another interesting thing to observe. The things that connect some of these, well, lands and in turns the Nexus and the individuals who make use of it are called aetherites.
Yeah.
Residents or people who start off in Aether Island are referred to as aetherites.
I mean, are people not connections unto themselves?
That is true. While the spellings are different, and in essence, one could argue that they share very similar purposes.
Yeah.
The difference is that one is actually capable of moving and changing those connections, whereas one needs to be forced to change.
Yeah.
But back on topic, Satch is going to attempt to take action against the homunculus.
Yes.
And where it sounds, he plans on killing him. Killing them. Correct?
Yes. That is true.
Then, if he is adamant in his decision, we cannot stop him from choosing to take that action.
I can't say I totally blame him, but I rarely do get along with diviners.
You say it as if you've had experience with others in the past?
Of course.
In any case... He's definitely the most proactive one. I've taken into interest. Moreover, one of the more... loose in regards to how their methods of divining are operated. The usage of narcotics is definitely new. Though, as much as I don't want to harm Satch, let alone potentially do unsurmountable amounts of damage depending on how the confrontation goes in this theoretical, I also want to ensure that the homunculus, the clone, so to speak, is at least given some level of opportunity.
Of course.
That said, I will ask, in the possibilities that he viewed, was the homunculus still in their current shape?
That annoying wizard. He never talks.
Not give details.
He does not talk straight to me. He only seemed to surmise that the body would revert into that of a rat. But I'm not sure. He didn't say whether he divined it or if that's just what he thinks is gonna happen. But I would guess he probably divined it.
Then, if anything, presuming that the body will return to that of a rat, will it keep the memories? Will it keep aspects of Lazuli?
Unsure.
If the answer is no, if the answer ends up being no, then it will simply either return to its previous state, be it a corpse, or be it a senseless rat. If it was, however, capable of retaining that information, then that would bode ill to some degree. On one hand, it would still be a rat. On the other, it'd be one that's convinced that it is Lazuli. Point stands, though. If Satch doesn't have a full picture, and assuming that this rat is going to become a rat again and not be degraded, then there's still opportunity and chance in regards to its preservation of life. However, if, and this is a heavy if the cards are theoretically stacked against us in this regard, in 1, it turns back to a rat, 2, it retains the memories and identity that it believes to be its own, and 3, if it is going to continue its actions despite its current shape and form, then it can be understood why Satch has that. But at the same time,
yes.
At this point, I'm also done hiding certain details. So, I'm going to do something that I believe is usually best in these matters.
Of course.
I'm going to actually ask him, instead of just talking behind his back. Satch.
Private conversation? I can go. I'm just wondering.
More so in regards to information that the three of us at the very least are aware of.
Alright.
So.
Yeah.
I take it you've already attempted to divine the potential outcomes in regards to our little friend.
Let me tell you.
What's your thought?
I don't need to divine shit. I've already told this freak, what, I think is the right thing to do.
Are you going to enact mercy?
I would like to. I don't want to. I really don't want to.
Alright.
But it's the only way that, they'll only ever know pain. Shut up.
Tell me this, Satch.
Shut up.
Will this other one experience more pain than our big friend?
Look. The big one can fix their pain. The small one can't. The small one was created by a fucking vile, boring wizard who knew exactly what they were doing when they were created. They made it so that everything was taken away from this little creature. Everything. In every possible way, and they can never reclaim back what they had.
All of their friends, you'd say?
Yeah. Their friends, their life, their possessions, their everything. Now, I know there are other people who are working to make things right. But I've also provided those people with my thoughts on the subject, which is morphine. It'll make them be at peace in their last moments.
In which case, we can consider that an option if things do not go right.
Morphine prestidigitation tastes like honey tea. And I don't want to do that. It doesn't bring me any joy to do that.
It is an option on the table, but presumably as well, there is potential options. And assuming that we are in fact being civil about this discussion, Kiki, you would rather see the homunculus, in this instance, be allowed a chance at life, correct?
Of course.
That's not what you want.
You purport to know what I want?
I don't purport to know shit about what.
Assuming we can stay civil.
This poor thing.
Assuming we can stay civil, the both of you. Satch. Knowing, well, your belief in knowing the most guaranteed possibility of what is to happen, you wish to be merciful in its final moments.
I want to give them peace that they would never, ever have normally. I have had wonderful moments of friendship with Lazuli, and I hope to continue to.
In which case?
This is something that the smaller Lazuli will never have. Every moment they see a friend is painful catharsis. And theirs is not an existence that can just be transferred easily to some other thing. Like, their soul is ephemeral.
You should have seen what happened when Stern talked to Lazuli.
I would rather fucking not. And let me tell you, I'm far more so than I've been in a very, very long time.
Enough.
And
both sides in this debate. It is one thing to be civil. It is another thing to argue your cases. It is another thing to start to degrade in our conversation. We both have our views, both sides, and I would like to make it known, while I do have a potential proposal myself, I cannot in good confidence share it with either of you if we are going to start devolving.
Fine. I just don't like their attitude about it.
I am not saying that you are the sole perpetrator in this, Satch, nor am I saying that it is the same case with Kiki.
I am saying civil.
This. In which case?
As long as I'm not antagonized. Alright?
I do not plan to antagonize you. Nor do I plan to antagonize Kiki.
Yeah.
But, as it stands, both of you have what you believe to be the best option. I myself have something of a thought as well. But that That is part of the reason why I want to make sure both of you are at least aware when I present this, and a stable mind and sound clerical and clarity when I say this.
Yeah.
Thanks to Red and Halifax, I have delved more into what it means to transmute, and more often as well, potentially give this one a second chance. Moreover, a second chance, but not as lazily.
That I can agree with. If you can pull that off, then if you can give them a new ego, and if you can separate what they are copying rather than what they could be, go for it. I just think you're gonna have a hard time with that. But if you can do it, please prove me wrong.
It is.
I want you.
It is achievable. It is achievable, but
I suspect, based on our friend's musings and the fact that soul craft was used, I think a manner of compatibility in the body is necessary.
That is why the original body is going to be converted.
Into what? You gotta make
Into a
it look
different
like
race.
something. You gotta make it look like something that's not Lazuli.
What am I, Satch? And do you know the research? Do you know the research I've been doing with Halifax and in turn Red? At points.
Not at all. Not really.
Converting and stabilizing mass, and more often as well, how to effectively utilize a connecting point of more humanoid fleshy races and oozes. In this instance, it would be the transmuting of mass of the homunculus, converting its consciousness into a core, and turning its form into ooze, into its own slime. From there, the manipulation process should be far easier for myself, given the fact I am much more compatible with my own species.
That's not a bad idea.
It would mean it would be more efficient to skim and take out pieces of memories, give at least enough, albeit altering them slightly, to at least give some level of different identity, different sense of self. But moreover, it would also be in the form of a newly made core.
Sure.
It would mean that whatever person forms might not be the same, and probably won't be the same if those memories are extracted.
I think that's
personality would likely be
and that
similar.
removes. Satch looks to you with a little smug smile, and that would remove all of that pain. Isn't that so nice?
Dear Satch, since you have been able to take a few shots at me, I will ask you this. Why do you get to be the judge?
Moreover, I do have access to a memory stone as well. In the event it becomes... Well, in the event that transferring the memories becomes a little difficult, I at least have something to at least access as a point of, well, funneling the memories, rather than outright being rid of them. Though at that point, that would mean destroying the memory stone afterwards, which I assume both of you would be willing to.
Sure.
Understood.
The answer is because I have free will and morals.
Then you wouldn't fault me for being the judge as well.
No, I don't fault anyone for judging me. I'm a fucking drug addict sack of shit. I don't give a fuck. I've come to terms with that shit.
Could you at least tell me a more believable lie?
I want to be good for people.
Which case?
That's it.
In the event that the preservation of Mini Lasley does not come to a head, are we in agreement that we can test my method?
Of course.
And in the event that my method does not work, and there is no third option to preserve life presented to us, would we be willing, to some degree, to follow Satch's method?
Of course. We can only try so hard.
Then?
Thank you, Kiki.
You are not welcome.
Satch smirks.
In which case, I suppose we have at least a line of due process, at the very least. That said,
yep.
I will now drop the officialness for a moment, to commit to something a bit more casual.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
This is why we talk. This is why we just talk.
Yeah. Do you see me as someone that's willing to resort to fisticuffs?
Verbal fisticuffs. Interjustive.
Debate.
Yeah.
Strong debate.
In any case, Miss Tawny will be...
Absolutely, I'll kick someone's ass.
You definitely seem the sort to do so. I will say this, though. Regardless of these feelings and opinions of mine, I have much trust in you, and much trust in you, especially in this endeavor.
I just want it to be known. I don't want to kick your ass like that. I want that to be completely clear. I trust you and your knowledge. I just think you're really, really, morally ambiguous in a way that makes me really uncomfortable.
Why don't you just ask, then?
Because I'm horrified of what I'll find out.
Actually, Satch, how old are you?
38.
Huh.
Yeah. You ever been to war? You ever been a drug addict for 15 years? You ever been on the street? You ever see a man get his fucking head blown off? You ever seen a fucking organ spray out all over a battlefield?
Yes.
Yes to all but the drug addiction.
Yeah, have you ever been next to it when it happened?
Actually, yes.
Well, you're a slime and you can fix the parts of your body that are affected by immense amounts of stress and drug abuse. I cannot do that.
I never said it was mine. It was my allies.
Alright.
I participated in the war. At least one I can remember.
Many people have
in any
experienced
case,
the same amount of pain as you, Satch.
That is not to discredit you. Though, if anything, it does give some level of solace, knowing that all of us, at least to differing degrees, know the horrors of what humanity can and will be capable of. At times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Though, it also goes to show why we care so much as well.
If he believes I care.
I don't know. It's not for me to say.
That said, though, it definitely took you for someone much older. Especially regarding how your wisdom often operates. That is not to say that you... Well... That is not to say that what I'm speaking is of slight towards you.
Nah, I've
It's more
seen enough.
recognition of your wisdom.
You wanna know where that comes from? That comes from living a hard life, from birth to here, and also living on the weave of causality for a really long period.
Definitely sounds like it.
Yeah.
I've seen shit you wouldn't even believe, and I barely do myself. That's why I drink. And that's why I do more and more crazy drugs. Because, you don't want to remember. You
Must
wouldn't
be
wanna
nice.
Love it or hate it, everyone has their own methods of coping and dealing with stress, especially ones from long experiences and the memories that follow. So, something to somewhat lighten the mood.
Yeah, I'd like that.
I'm partially glad that you're the youngest of us.
Yeah. That's me, a fucking spring chicken.
And yet,
Yeah.
what is often most important as well, especially in such matters, the youth and the generations afterwards tend to also give the furthest insight and perspective in regards to those of us of the old guard, one could argue. One must recognize not just the, well, frivolity of what it means to be long-lasting, but also in regards to how newer and fresher minds can approach issues that we can sometimes struggle with. That is not to say that they are always the right answer, but that is definitely to say that their opinions are more, if not equally, as viable than all of ours.
There's a vitality in both youth and mortality.
Precisely.
I don't know how to feel about y'all calling me young, but you know what? I actually do appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course. If there's one thing I learned, sometimes it's always good to trust the words of the youngest.
That's me, young Sage. Said literally fucking no one ever.
To be fair, I have seen those your age who act far less their age at times.
I envy them.
I hold them in some level of contempt. If it is naivete, understandable. If it is willingness despite learning, then that is just negligence. But in any case, we have a plan of action, or at the very least, a modus operandi, in how we can achieve what you want, what I want, and what you want, in the event any of these, well, especially in the case if our two fail in this line. That said, we do have visitors approaching, so it's best we do return to a more casual atmosphere.
I mean, I really do think that brie is the best cheese. Like, you can spread it, you can just eat it as it is, like with pickle. It's good on sandwiches. Oh, hi.
It's funny being on this from the other side. Don't worry.
Actually, brie is pretty yummy.
If we are talking cheeses,
have you ever? Okay,
I do
actually,
prefer
for real, have you
lumbar.
ever just had brie into pickle, and just like that's it? It's
No.
really good.
I haven't done that
That
yet,
is one of
but
that is one of
I
the
could
odd
eat. I
things.
could eat a whole wheel if
It's a
I
cheese.
wanted.
If you
Oh,
wish to
absolutely. You know what?
continue your own
Actually, can we
you always go to some?
can we find some level of common ground on
It was
this
already done by the
specifically?
time you've approached.
I
On just cheese
suppose.
appreciation. I'm willing to
That
call it
said,
cheese over cheese
May I
appreciation.
ask one thing? Halifax,
Yes?
why have you been reduced?
Mrs. Leading poured a potion on me for it.
Why
In
did you
that
agree to
case,
that?
I didn't.
After
In
all
which
the
case, I
other stuff
cannot
I've been
disrupt
today,
a
this is
potion
a nice
effect.
break in the pace.
Are you doing okay?
why are you small?
I thought you were. I saw you were being quite unwell earlier.
Yeah, there was that and the whole Nox dying bit, and it was one heck of a morning and afternoon.
Nox actually
Better not.
died?
That's why he was sent to hell.
From one of the circles of hell. Lazuli tried to issue me an ultimatum about it, but
Oh, speaking of,
don't know which one.
I should probably do this now, so it's good for the conversation. Seth pulls out a little bottle and just like he just stares off into the middle distance and downs it.
Do you want rum with that shot?
No. This is a shot that sobers me up. That will sober me up completely.
My condolences.
Yep. As soon as the conversation's over, I am going to not be sober.
Understood. What is
As
it?
much as
Fair
I
enough.
possibly can. Fuck. God,
I'll
that shit
set
is
us.
working. Fast. Okay.
It must be
All
nice.
right. All right.
What is?
All right.
At times.
Vices
Vices aren't necessary.
No, I am asking what is the thing you wanted to conversate. I don't imagine you want to. Otherwise, why would you drink that?
I mean, our discussion earlier is complete, so we have no
Just
reason
show
to
that I
continue
mean-
on the topic.
And I mean what I say.
Understood.
I'm gonna go find her.
Find
Best of luck.
Exactly.
Lazuli. I mean, she got somewhere around here.
Potentially, though, actually, knowing her current grievances with the Glass City, for one reason or another, she's unlikely anywhere
Actually, wait,
present
holy
here.
shit. Right, I have this. He pulls out a scrying stone. I don't know how the fuck to use this.
I can help if
Old
you
man
like.
with cell phone. Yes. Do you have Lazuli's number?
I believe
God,
many of
my
us
weakness.
have
Do you want
her.
still?
Oh,
Yes.
is God present?
Oh,
Oh, God
I
is
will say,
present.
Not her Glass City one, but she has a guild stone
Yep. Should work.
for the healer's guild.
So it's like these runes here, like you press them, right? Like.
You pour your mana into them, yes.
Okay.
You focus on who you're trying to contact.
All right.
I'll provide the mana, you provide the focus.
Thank you. All right. Hello? Is this on? Hello?
A little bit more gentle.
Hello?
Satch, are you okay? Satch,
Yes,
what's
I am.
happening? Are you okay?
I am okay.
You've never contacted me like this before. Okay.
I know.
You
I
need to be
barely
you
know
need
how
to-
to use this thing.
You need to be careful. Using them gives away your location.
Okay, then I'll make this quick. Lazuli, it is imperative that I talk to you. It is very, very important. It is not anything stressful on your end. It is just it's important.
Okay, but do not send it here. Shit. Give me a riddle so I can find out where to meet you so that the guards don't listen in on this shit and follow us.
Where the string once connected your friends.
I hate that. Fuck you, but okay.
All right. Talk to you later. How do I turn this? How do click?
I can do that.
I will for. Card. I need to keep your cards up. All right. All right. Well, I'm gonna go do that, I guess.
Best of luck, whatever you're off to.
All right.
Why are you so tiny now?
This is leading you to potion
Oh.
on
And now that whimsy is past, everything is remembered.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Let's send her my way after you're done.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I understand you have no idea what I'm about to do.
I don't think
but
she
really
trusts either of us.
Yeah, I was just standing on that ledge, and then I fell off.
Yeah, I'm not exactly in her good books either at this point, since I've committed the crime of walking with Red and Rift to go help save Nox from hell.
I am definitely not in the good books.
I helped her out, so she should at least be able to talk to me.
I've committed the crime of being a knight aspirant of the Glass City, apparently.
Oh yeah, I forgot she's still paranoid about that too.
I mean, is it any wonder?
Not really, given what happened.
Actually, yes, there's a thing I need to ask, Emmy.
What?
Was at any point, was it made apparent by any of you that this was Glass City authorization to Lazuli? At least made her believe that it was.
It is not, but the problem being is that a lot of people that were there were part of the Glass City, and a lot of people that partook, Stern is an aspirant by Rift's order.
So there was no one who could have potentially mentioned or made it Lazuli assume
No one
that this
mentioned
was
the Glass City.
or any of its orders.
No. If anything, the Dominion would have been blamed as they were brought to there.
The Dominion?
That seems to happen to them a lot.
That's ironic, given the fact that last I spoke with Lazuli, he was heavily considering going to the Dominion as they seemed more competent and versatile.
Does she not know? Yeah, no, there's no way she knows about that.
Not inaccurate. It is also the fact that the only person who tried to kill her was from the Dominion. So, it is a wonder where she's getting that from.
Understood. In the aspect of your statement, it is not understood in regards to her line of thinking currently. But at the same time, one could argue that this is also in regards to the current circumstances that befall her mental state. If anything, as well, she's been showing more heavily towards her emotions rather than current logical thought. Most definitely, as well, this can be attributed to some level of hysteria, or at the very least, paranoia that is being more and more confirmed, thus leading to a level of
And Lee's not helping matters either.
Oh, absolutely not. Complete enabler.
Nox himself tried to kill her?
They were the one that shot the turquoise death, correct?
Nox is the one who shot the turquoise death and also prepared multiple sigils of magic missile in order to kill Ashley.
Standard magic missile?
Nox.
Unless he altered them.
Wait.
In which case Stern specifically ruined those sigils to make them miss.
In which case, that's good, but also knowing Lazuli and given the amount of stress.
One out of hand.
In any case, that would simply mean that, as far as Lazuli is aware, this is something that the Glass City had somehow planned, despite the fact that in no circumstances was it something under Glass City jurisdiction, authority,
Nobody would have
nor was it
authorized
made apparent to any of the Knight Commanders, especially the one of the Stars and the Moon, which, from my understanding, given the fact that Red's involvement was also present, that's partially could be why as to... No, that's most definitely why she would also assume as such.
Do you think we should talk to Aurarian about this?
Couldn't hurt.
If it was reported to Julian and Riff is the one who enacted the initial investigation to begin with, if Aurarian, if Master Pixie is not aware...
At this point, every head member of the orders are aware. If you wish to gather more information, feel free. but the entire situation's been supervised by Rift, and he is involved personally to dispel everything.
Especially in regards to the fact that Rift was the very one who, from my understanding, sent Lee to begin with. And the fact that Lee is enabling the attitude in regards to being anti-Glass City, so to speak, in its barest bones.
Lee just
I hate to admit it,
against
but
whoever's most punchable to her at the moment. I don't think she schemes as much as she just reacts
I
mindlessly.
don't think Rift expected the result with Lee, just thinking it was the best person to send, other than himself.
in any case, we can at least confirm the following. 1. Due to recent events, and especially the attempt at what Blasley perceives as her life by the Glass City, her paranoias, as far as she believes, have been confirmed. Moreover, she's in a constant state of hysteria.
Hey, Ripley.
Additionally, as well, this is...
Do you have any opinion on the matters?
Which one?
The stuff we're talking about, of course.
And what is that? I've only crashed into the situation and now sitting on these crates and admiring the glass.
I would kindly ask you to leave, then.
I was not. You're just outside my blind side. Interesting. But in any case...
He's good about that.
In any case, it's worth knowing that because of these events as well, that because of hysteria and confirmed paranoia, as far as her mind has deduced, it's why she also ran into the swamps of Redwall.
Yeah.
I heard she had a pact with a demon there, apparently.
Are you trying to verbally confirm things with yourself, or are you trying to tell us information we don't know?
In regards to the devil, or rather the demon, or in regards to...
The situation you're speaking of.
I'm partially making sure that we're all generally on the same page, as well, as far as I'm
I
aware.
did like it. There were a few things I didn't know so far, and I'm sure there's a few more.
That said, I'm also aware.
To reaffirm.
I'm also want to ensure as well.
Situation with the demon. Lashley was supposedly running away from Stern, who Stern wanted to talk to. That's why they ran into the swamp. Stern...
I am fully aware of that part.
Stern, which was looking for Nox at this moment as we were trying to deal with the plague.
Mm-hmm. In which case...
What don't you understand?
It's not idiocy. It's worse.
Hysteria. Insanity.
Do you know what sort of pact as well that she made with this demon?
I walked away from that conversation. I didn't care.
Unfortunately, I couldn't hear or understand.
I know what it is. Partially because the demon appeared himself to confirm it. And unfortunately, it's both good and bad.
As contracts are.
It's as simple as this, in regards to what is to be achieved. Lashley gains protection, especially when she is feeling threatened. And the demon will appear to deal with and potentially kill the responsible party. But this comes at a cost. The demon obviously did this deal knowing that Lashley was someone who was going to get in a lot of situations where her belief of which she was going to die was going to be much likely higher. Moreover, the contract in which they did it, the price Lashley pays for summoning the demon every time this happens, is a year of her life every time.
That actually seems quite generous of the demon. Not that it's a good deal.
Consider as well the frequency in which her hysteria has taken over, and how often she feels her life threatened. Moreover, it was because her life was threatened I had the opportunity to encounter the demon. At least she perceived it as such.
She summoned it on you?
No. Not because of me, but because there were plenty of individuals in which she felt her life was threatened by around. Think for a moment. If the mere presence of myself causing caution because I'm associated with Glass City, how do you think she feels knowing that there are perpetrators directly responsible for that situation nearby?
Right. At the same time, though, why are we completely taking her side on this?
I'm not.
He's one what?
I'm more so.
He's one what?
I'm more so. I'm more
There
so
you
saying
go
it's how
again,
it presents
taking
itself.
sides.
The way
I
it
don't
seems is
want
this.
to, believe me. I'm just a little bit annoyed that she tried to make me earlier today.
Personally, I'm more so wanting to make sure that we're all, 1, on the same page, 2, aware of the current situation in regards to her mental states and facilities,
yes,
and 3, aware of what currently she has up on her sleeve to some degree. This is all in part in hopes that we can, hopefully, get to a peaceful solution in regards to this.
That's what I was
Moreover, as well,
shooting for, because this is not sustainable.
Moreover, it seems from the way it sounds, they might also potentially be renegotiating certain terms and, let's say, goals with the demon in the near future.
Hopefully not leaving with a worse deal than she started with, anyway.
No, but from the way it sounded, she was definitely considering it. And Lee was more than willing to offer themselves as well.
Of course she would be.
They probably shouldn't renegotiate.
Hello, Alice.
Hello.
That seems as good a deal as you'd ever get from one of those kinds of people.
Why are you so small?
Mrs. Leading poured a potion on me.
At the end of the day, that is something we can't fully confirm nor deny, but it's something we do have to consider as possibility. Especially in the state that she's in, she is no different from a wild card.
Yeah.
About the same as usual.
Good to see you, Alice. Apologies, we are, well, I was more so wanting to ensure we were all on a similar page with regards to events relating to individuals. Well, 2 individuals, technically, in this matter.
If you require me to leave, that's okay.
I believe that's essentially everything, unless everyone else wants to bring something up.
I didn't have anything else.
I have something to say.
I technically have something. Do you feel like going first?
You first.
It seems like Lazuli, at least, is extending an olive branch to a few of the people that were a part of this situation, so long as we can get an apology and acceptance from Hugo, the traitor.
She did make mention of him.
I'm gonna have to talk to him.
Growing more stable.
This is good.
Hopefully it lasts more than an afternoon.
Yeah, hopefully.
What about you, Kiki?
I would like to ask Alice to leave for this.
It's alright.
I'll catch up with you as soon as I can. Hope you've been well.
I have.
We will find you. What is it?
I would just like to... portray this in a way that you might understand. Ms. Lazuli was... suddenly went to a surgery, yes?
I know the entire situation.
Yes,
She
I
was
am.
present for it.
I am framing the the events. She was led to a surgery of which, if she was to be believed, She was just at a surgery that resulted in the death of one of her dear friends. She was already quite on edge, I imagine, trying to save another one of their friends. She was then binded. She was then bound. And
Correct word.
and then questioned. Accused, even.
Not even questioned. She got
accused.
bounded. No. She got bounded and immediately teleported.
But then she was accused, no?
Accused of what, though?
I'll be honest with that entire scenario. We didn't even get time. No one got time to even interrogate her. When she teleported, her hysteria got so bad after Red followed that no questions were answered, and barely any of them were asked.
So from the way it sounds,
The entire
it was
point
just a
of
shut.
the entire point of the interrogation that was brought upon there was a complete falter.
And then, of course, someone did try to kill her, along with many people trying to keep her in place, no?
We tried to keep her from running away to a different plane of reality where we can follow.
Is it any wonder
Regardless
she
of
thought?
that,
Is it any wonder she thought you were trying to kill her?
Only Nox was trying to kill her.
It doesn't
Who's the
matter
other
what
one
the
now?
reality was. It's the optics.
Kinda does. From her point
They
of
both
view,
matter.
sure, she's paranoid, but in all reality, none of us are trying to take her life.
Well, you did
Given
The
all
word on
that
the street
fact,
doesn't agree with that.
You did quite a poor job of portraying that.
yes, how are we supposed to portray that when we have one of them that wants to kill them and the others want to restrain?
Well, you should have obviously backed off.
in either event,
I wanted to.
Didn't you bury her into the
even-
ground?
do you even know what the
Because I
point
am
of the
obligated
interrogation
to
was?
follow through my word. Yes, to do a matter that doesn't matter. Confirm which one is the clone.
I still don't get why people are so hung up on which one's the clone. They're both real
It doesn't
enough.
matter.
At the end of the day, it was a situation that could have been handled with a bit more tact.
A lot
as
more
much as I can
tact.
say that as someone, as much as I can say that as someone as an outsider in this incident, it is something I feel as though many of us can at least agree upon, correct?
It would have been handled a lot better if Red told us literally anything. The only two people that were in on it were Red and Nox.
So,
Red has always been Red's habits. No, I won't go
that
into
is how
further.
it is.
Yeah, Guard's always way too close to their chest. I get why, but it's
In any
difficult to
case,
work with.
It seems like Lazuli is at least giving some of us a second chance so long as we can get a proper apology and acceptance from Hugo.
How magnanimous.
And the way it sounds, Hugo ended up being involved in the incident indirectly, due to the teleportation, correct?
Due to the teleportation, and he got roped into it once he tried to... Well, he's the one that was trying to pull Lazuli to a different realm.
And at that point, that's understandable.
And you almost broke one of his elementals.
Yes, I shot a hole through it.
And then at that point, that would explain why...
Trust me, that was out of retaliation. It hurt. It smacked me with the back of his hand. I'm surprised I didn't get launched.
In any event, most would have viewed this, especially from an outside perspective, as a one-sided assault. Not an investigation, Not an interrogation. Assault.
Not even close.
No. But it's what many would believe, and more likely to believe. Given how Leslie is currently operating, at least seemingly now with a bit more clarity. The olive branch, as you mentioned, being a potential sign of that, or potentially something else, I cannot determine yet. But as it stands, exactly. The point is, as it stands, given how many people she's especially familiar with, the question is how many would be willing to believe one set of events. And moreover, Kiki, I believe we both can agree that, especially in regards to that situation when it was mentioned, how many people felt more for Leslie than they did for Red and everyone else?
Many people sided with Leslie.
Precisely.
I don't know what you're telling me about this. I personally don't care.
Part of it is along the lines of that would make any interactions further with Leslie some level of, well, further discrepancy than already present. Especially if there are those who are more willing to back her, rather than anyone who is, well, of the devilish Glass City at this point. Thankfully, some are more recognizing of it as Red in regards to their action, but even then, that is subjective, and if that's better.
I still just wonder why we blew all this out of proportion so much. I mean, I get how things led to combat too quickly. I'm just... Why were people so paranoid about the clones in the first case?
It's the clear matter of people don't communicate. It's that simple.
Agreed.
The point of the matter is that you're clearly on the back foot, and instead of complaining that Leslie is unreasonable, you'd do better to fix what's going on.
She's always been unreasonable. I don't fault her for it. That's just my opinion of her.
I'm fine remaining neutral as long as she doesn't force me to pick sides. Yesterday was not the time for that.
She already picked sides for
this
me,
morning.
Unfortunately. But, in any case, given we have more indirect involvement, the rest of us, we might be spared of whatever she thinks and plans ahead. In regards to Emmy, though, I'm not so sure.
Why are we talking about her as though she's some sort of person worth fearing to that degree? She has her poisons and her plagues, yes, but why do we need to fear her?
As long as she
I'm not saying to fear her.
Be.
I just seen her when she's at her lowest at this point.
Also, her poisons are dangerous. They're basically chemical bombs.
Of
Worse
course.
than that. I got an up-close look at one of them the other day. Wait, was that also... That was also the other day. God, it's been busy.
What is she gonna do in a world of mages?
Yes.
Quite a lot. Obviously that one. But in any case, I've shared as much as I can or potentially express to certain degrees.
Yes.
Simply put, I just simply hope that this matter ends up being resolved more peacefully. And I hope whatever olive branch this is being, well, brought forward doesn't prove to be something. Well, on one hand, I do hope it is a genuine, and do expect this to be genuine. I can't say I'm fully confident in that.
I think it'll be genuine for the initial extension, and then she'll be genuinely onto something else. It's how she operates. That being said, I'm in favor of de-escalation, if only because this is more trouble than it's worth.
Preferably, we can de-escalate this.
If she is genuinely extending an olive branch, then I shall not extend mine, but just start ignoring her. No longer involving myself with her.
Understood.
That way she can't exactly get to me either.
As long as she has little reason to, well, want to pursue you to any degree. I doubt it's anything. I doubt anything much will come of if slash when she ever does extend a branch to your, well, to your hand.
Poor Elijah. In a place like this, it's no wonder she resorts to plagues and soul saber and such.
Not like she can resort to Soul Saber anymore anyway.
What?
She lost it.
Did she lose it? How did she lose it?
Someone took it.
Who?
I can't tell you that.
Are you sure you can't? It sure sounds like
Can't
you saw who.
Do you have reason?
Of my word, I cannot tell.
Hmm.
It is just how I function.
It's not in Red's hands, is it?
I cannot say.
Red probably would have told us earlier if it was, right? Not that they had much time, but still.
Perhaps Lashley knows who took it from her then.
Perhaps.
It is not in my hands currently.
Of course. It's not like you stole it. You're quite an honest individual.
Understood. At the very least, that's all that I can, well, that's all I presented. I do apologize for keeping you as long as I have.
No worries. I appreciate being on the same page. Just glad that we're moving to de-escalate this whole matter.
Oh, that's right.
Presumably.
If any of you have any information about Desmond, could you let me know, perhaps?
Maybe.
Sure thing.
You are one of the ones heading that, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Rift was one of the people who put, well, Rift was the person who put her up to it.
I can only give you information if it is beneficial for me.
How kind.
What troublemakers have I not found? Hey guys.
Not much,
Desmond.
honestly. Simple
No, there's a
matters in
troublemaker right
regards
there.
to, well, simple matters in regards to how to move forward, especially in de-escalating certain matters.
Yes, I will be using Emily's room tonight, as Stern is completely passed out on her bed.
Understood.
Yep, they are sitting as still as a stone. Even now.
Oh, so this is now just a permanent size view now? Like...
No, I'll be dropping it at the end of the night.
Gotcha. Because I still wanted to talk to you. We still wanted to have that Twilight talk.
True.
Twilight talk.
True, that's an interesting idea.
So, just for the fun topic, so that way everybody is kind of up to snuff, our lovely little Halifax here is, well, they do have the affinities of holy and dark. However, they don't necessarily, or they haven't necessarily tapped into any of that holy stuff because they haven't found something to draw that hope from. So, we had a fantastic idea. Since they are holy and dark, maybe go with the idea of, like, sun. So, sun, dark, twilight.
There's a lot
I will
you can
say-
do with both of those.
Yes. I will say the way you described the sun as well. I kind of like that it doesn't have to have all the usual religious trappings and other nonsense.
Yeah, God's no.
No.
Because they're
Twilight
they're-
clerics.
include religion if you don't have to.
Well, Twilight clerics can be a source of inspiration, but not direct source.
always do that to me, you little bugger. But yeah, no.
You can go in the other
You can.
direction if you want.
I don't know if that'd be worse or better. Just be your normal size. You
Well, in any case, that does seem to be beneficial in the end. I'm also surprised you took a, well, more direct interest in Halifax's progress. I don't normally hear mages of a higher rank do that. Well, outside of Rift.
I was gonna. Do you not know me? I've trained half of the mages on Aether because I've just been nice to them. Like most people are like, I don't know magic. I will help you get some cantrips under your belt. And often enough times, I'm the one that's teaching them. Like I taught this one, and she's teaching it to somebody else.
Magic.
That's okay.
So when's
Yeah,
my spell lesson?
When do you want it?
Actually.
Yeah, just say when
My
you want it.
goodness, Julian, you're slacking.
Well,
Oh my.
Emmy isn't one of your children, correct?
Terrible teacher. Ugh.
No.
Yeah,
I know.
Okay.
I'm
No
dog
good.
shit out
Then
of
you
it.
can't. Then you can't say something potentially cursed to speak.
They're not one of his children yet. He'll ask in time.
I mean, I know Fee is well. I know Fee is currently one of their children, obviously. I don't know if anyone more is present.
The thought is appreciated. I am not interested.
Halifax.
Halifax.
Huh?
No,
Well, that's new.
hilariously the same day that the other
We got
incident we
this
were just
one on the
talking about
beach.
happened.
I love it. See, I'm not collecting them like stamps. No.
I think
It's an excerpt from the Hymns of Guru. It helps keep me calm. That said, I can understand more and more as to why others are so adamant against you trying to claim more children.
I'm not claiming
This is an
anybody. I'm just.
addiction.
No, it's me offering
have an
people and they saying yes.
Well, Remy, yeah.
Look, to be fair, I
To be
took one
honest.
off the list because I haven't seen them in a long time. So I'm starting to take them off the list if they haven't been around for
Oh,
like a couple
you
years.
disown people for not seeing them. Understood.
I haven't seen them in a while, and they haven't shown up
Yeah,
either. It's like they were.
You have to commit to the bit.
If I
Terrible
may,
father.
if I may,
Give
Julian,
up on your.
This
You're
is
giving up
exactly
on
how
your
I knew that was
children
gonna
for not
happen.
seeing them.
Well, they're written out of the will. I mean,
I can definitely say
that's
this.
fair. That's fair.
I definitely knew you were the monarch and king of the Glass City. I did not initially take you for someone who was a conqueror of, well, having quite a very gene pool.
Why is Alex in orbit?
no, I'm not. Look, okay. You know the story. Have I not
Acquire
told you the
aid.
story as to why I do this?
You have, but at the same time, this is also me poking fun a little bit, because I had to, well, I had to spit out vital water that is now, well, on my sleeve and on the floor.
Do you want me to get that for you?
No, it'll dry up.
You want me to get you more?
I can get more. I am an adult. No worries.
Okay. You just seem so heartbroken. I was like I can help you. I can get you.
Be careful, Remy.
That was it.
Resist.
Well,
They're working on adopting you. Resist.
You're next.
Yes.
No.
If I had to be-
Riff gets
I
mad at me
can.
because Riff gets mad at me because he hates how many kids I adopt because that's one less person he can't date. Because he made an agreement with Sylvie. Because Sylvie said, I'll
so you're
date you,
you're
but
doing a service then.
Thickens.
Yeah, we're doing a community service.
The Julian Protection Service.
It's not a racket, is it?
You joined his family to avoid rift.
No, stop. No. Okay. I'm gonna keep it up. Okay, I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Used his adoption
If
as a
she
threat.
asked, I would ask me to adopt her. I'd say yes. I would not deny that.
Looks not telling
But-
you much. How about you use your words?
I think
I
the
have
book is
no
saying
reason
plenty.
I have no reason to assume Rift would try to pursue me, nor do I have belief that someone I have taken, tutelage under to certain degrees. I am an ooze, and I am in no way flesh compared to some of his other apparent lovers.
I don't. If anything, that probably makes you more at risk. I'll be honest. Just a guess.
How is me being ooze apparently more attractive compared to, being another flesh?
I'll do this.
I'll add one word, and it's a safe one.
No.
Novelty.
It's okay.
That's all I'll say.
Novelty.
And here.
Novelty.
Here's a book that I've written. You can use the information. It is
We're talking about how
out of
being a
character.
slime wouldn't.
It reads sexual education. I forget what slimes would count as. No, they're intermediate level. As you might flip through it, it's sexual education regarding creatures of all different kinds of basically non-humanoid-esque beings, and it goes into great detail onto both male and female for both. And you get to the slime part, and let your imagination do the rest.
Father? Hey, that was a weird thing to walk up on while I'm giving it to her.
The library's fucking
Sorry to say, Remy, but
there is the beginning,
to many
intermediate,
mortals,
advanced
slimes are
in the
quite
library.
attractive.
Still in orbit. Is she okay?
In the restricted
Shut the fuck at your chest.
Because don't let people who are not ready for such knowledge.
Like
What am
I
I supposed to
said
do
when
with
we were in the
this?
library, some of the books are not for the general public.
In any case,
It's like keeping the restricted section. I see.
Because again, let's be honest, there are some dumb motherfuckers out there who have no idea what sexual education is, and some people were like, "You seem to know what the fuck you're doing. Can you help us?" And I'm like, "All right, how many of you?" And one of them said billions, and I'm like, "Right, you're lizard folk. You populate so fucking wildly. Yeah, here." And then I gave them a book.
By the way.
This doesn't usually happen, I assure you.
Or do you carry the intermediate version of yourself and then proceeded to give that to them?
Because the slime and the intermediate pertains to what they are.
No, but why did you have it before you knew it was needed? That's what's being asked.
So that way she can
questions are
educate
better
herself
off
as to
not
why potentially
asked.
Rift might
Why
want
are you
to
carrying
escape.
it?
I carry all 3 volumes. I carry a couple of them because you never fucking know.
Whoa, wait, what's in volume 3?
There's more than 3.
Did your
so
hand
he
go into the
carries
bag
3
of
on
holding?
him.
Yes.
Rem was just going to make
what are you
slight
wishing
jokes
to try?
at expense of Julian that water that Rem spit out was spring water she actually enjoyed. Rem was not wanting this to get into this topic.
Presumably.
You brought this on yourself when you said
Puts the book away in her own bag.
How was Rem supposed to know that
That doesn't pertain to
apparently
you.
interspecies
That'd be fun to read.
connections can be made between different
Interspecies what?
species and races here? As far as Rem was aware,
Oh, see, I know what it is. You motherfucker.
Remy.
You and I both.
as far as Rem is aware, they could only do so with other oozes, other slimes, not
Why do you think that we have half human, half elf, half dwarf, half giant?
Because flesh can mingle with flesh.
Does this
Flesh
mean
can mingle with flesh.
Oh, that's a weird thing to think about.
Remix.
That's a weird thing to think about. I just thought of, oh no.
When humans want to do something, they're very determined at doing that said.
That is true.
Remix.
Humans. Yeah.
I'll give you the best example. Genasi.
Hey, Yami. Has it?
Did not see your half elementals
before?
I'm over in front of the ferry.
That's a fair.
Just say when an elemental and a human love each other very much, they make it Genasi.
Oh, okay.
That's okay.
Well, Remy.
Have anything special,
they were
but
like,
what they do have
flesh
is
and flesh, and
stubbornness.
it's like, no, there are things that you can have where it's like,
Rem doesn't even have
Just coming out of orbit.
parts of that nature.
That's not going to stop
You're a
them.
slime. You can make the parts.
Okay, I think that's quite enough now.
Fire makes abs for God's sakes, and he doesn't actually have them. He's made of fire.
This is true.
Your abs are fake as
look,
fuck.
nah, they're real. I've earned those.
That's
He
fair.
has to
Stress
grab
I
Remy.
go through? No, this is
I just
compact,
wanted to
no
say
body
that.
fat. Hey, no, that's fair.
At least you don't have to worry about King Julian adopting me. There's a non-zero chance that I'm older than him.
As far as Rem is aware, I am well into my 80s, potentially soon to be in my 90s. I don't even know.
Else to show you, I
Even then,
I showed you
Rem-
knowledge as it stands. So if you don't want to just stay here and partake of this
old are you, though? I'm actually curious.
conversation, you don't have to.
I'm
Showing you everything I can.
I know it's a rude
I'm
question to ask a
fairly
lady,
certain.
but I hope you can understand.
I'm fairly certain most
Fair. That
mortals,
is honestly fair.
flesh
I
mortals
wish I
don't
didn't know
go
this
I've lost
for
count.
as well, but
beings that
unfortunately.
are not much older or within their general age ranges, no less.
Over some amount of thousand? Probably.
You know what?
I mean, you're probably not that far off from me then. I'm 3,000.
Mm.
3,400.
Question really.
I'm 34 in 7 years.
Mm.
Well, 1023 to be precise.
Oh, speaking of, I do need to speak with my girlfriend. Excuse me.
Yeah. Can you also send my daughter down? I also still wish to talk with her.
The nature of the
And
path I
also
take makes
mine.
it difficult to count.
I'm now also
The kids
reminded
are up there.
flesh mingles with flesh, but also flesh here can mingle with other
Remy.
species and races.
Oh dear.
Rem, don't question it.
Oh no.
The humans will bone
Remix.
what they want to.
Remix. This was
Where
not
there's
to
a will,
hurt
there's
you.
a
I do
way.
apologize. This was more so because I don't write those books to be like bad.
No,
I wrote them because they're
Education.
genuine education.
Rem figures it's just Rem did not realize that level of compatibility was possible between the different species, or no, given natural compatibility rates at that point, that would mean that at this point it would be a common ancestry to some degree, therefore meaning it's less
the
separate
offer
species and
stands.
more
Do you
separate
join
races.
the Cyndaquil family to avoid rift?
That's not.
Someone do that. Someone wants.
I mean, why would Rem want to avoid Rift? Rift has even showed, even demonstrated certain
They're
degrees.
interested.
I see.
That's not what.
Yeah, there's me. There's that. There's that.
What
probably off
happens
the table
there
then.
is
She probably
between
won't be
Rift and
adopted.
Good, I missed.
Did you want me to move my head into it or something?
No, I'm saying. Rem is saying that it's good that I missed.
Remix, I do apologize. I did not mean to throw this much information at once, but at the end of the day, think of it.
It
This
is like.
information
It
that
is.
This is information
It
that
is
was out there regardless.
taken.
Yeah.
This is not information Rem was actively seeking. Is the part, hence why they were unaware, nor were they aware that this was something potential to put some level of perspective. I'll go ahead.
I haven't made anybody uncomfortable with this, have I?
Fuck no, it's hilarious.
It is quite amusing.
Okay, just I'm double checking. I'm double checking with people because I don't want to make people uncomfortable. Because this was just a.
You're good. You're good. This isn't character. You're fine.
Cards up.
This is putting Rem's perspective in regards to interracial.
I think Satch has had enough of a head start.
At this point,
Would you like me to take the book back? You don't have to read it.
hand it over to Kiki. Didn't want to
It's
hold it.
mine now.
referred to something as chat. I don't know what chat is.
Has she already departed?
Seeing what you can do for our city.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And
He grins.
and we'll get you
Alright.
training programs that'll stop people. We'll get you in the door.
One second, I need to.
I see a nerd. Nerd. Aww.
We were telling them they should read more romance novels, but stay away from the section that says.
Emma's wearing clothes. Emma's wearing clothes.
Still, there's a big gap in it. I didn't know if you would just sloop through it.
This is the 5th time someone assumed Rem was going to do something of that nature because they are Ooze.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't so much that you were an ooze, it's the fact that it was a big hole.
Can be interested in slime people.
No.
So it is.
No.
You okay there, Remy?
doesn't understand a lot of the world. So she's
Rem is not young mentally.
that owner. It went from like level 1 to level 5.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. So we're trying to give her advice.
This is a few times Rem is going to say this. The fuck, Julian?
What? Am I not wrong? You are relatively young for a slime, are you not?
No.
No, they're
She's
quite
in her,
old
like,
for a
elder
slime.
years.
Oh, I've never actually heard. Never actually knew your name or knew your age. I do humbly apologize.
Knew your name.
Most of the slimes, as far as in regards to the slimes and other oozes, in regards to where I am from, typically very few ever reach the point where they got a chance to survive past 50. Granted, this is also because of nature of where we have settled in terms of civilization, but in terms of what Rem recalls of, well, standards of where they used to live and technically born in, many did not reach 50. As far as Rem is aware, they are somewhere in their 80s and probably close to their 90s at this point. Rem is ancient for her people.
I do apologize. I didn't mean to belittle you in any way. From more of what I thought, since you're not well acquainted with,
As the paper unravels, messages.
not well acquainted with
crown is-
social
the
norms and
crown is
everything
assuming
outside of
again.
what slimes work.
Rem hasn't had socialization for a long time.
So I hope you can understand that I meant no ill respect. It was more so I thought I had gotten
No.
an understanding and grasp
No.
of your
Rem
mental
is-
state.
Rem is not necessarily fully
Good,
offended.
how are you?
His understanding of assumption and is quickly correcting it,
Hmm.
but good. Rem is very much
Hmm.
technically ancient amongst her people,
Is there a
as
way
far
you
as
can
Rem is
probably
aware.
explain
So,
something?
that said,
Hmm.
as far as Rem is aware, every slimes have different ranges in regards to species
That way we don't
and, well,
interrupt them.
typical age ranges, so can understand that much.
I hear people talk to mid say, "Chat, what is this? What's a chat?
Chat.
Is it a lesser known deity?"
Hmm.
Or is it some sort of ancient technology that you talk to?
Precursor.
Well, you see, some beings have a type of mobile library that they can refer to when they're thinking about what information they can glean, you know, and many of
that
them,
mechanical fairy looking thing.
and many need lots of helpers for their gigantic library.
Okay, so you sort of like mechanical fairies that archive things.
Mm.
I guess that's how like when you look at someone's memories for more. I guess that's how that works.
Or is it similar to how like that one voice in my head gets sometimes? I mean, it sees through my eyes, it feels.
It's kind of like that too.
Ah. Then I exactly know what you're talking about then.
Mm.
I see.
Sometimes
I
it's hard to
figured
hear
some
people.
things up.
Yeah, it's hard to hear sometimes because sometimes I just hear it as well. Well, let's find some dinos to tame, kind of thing. Oh, God.
Mingling of different races and species operate where she was from.
Anyways, thank you.
I just not aware
Yeah.
Thank you.
were
Thank you, Kiki.
amongst that list.
Number one appreciates new knowledge.
Aware that suggests around there is at least some level of common enough ancestors to which always is available.
So,
are
I wonder, how do you
to a
ever,
degree
have you ever
share a
seen-
very common ancestor that is not too far gone in the past.
A bit of a hyper needed and seeking justice for the first time in, Lord knows how long.
Mm-hmm.
Oop. Oop. Hey,
Kiki,
wait,
in the way of the
there's-
target.
I almost shot you. As someone who's been the recipient of many friendly fire incidences, I would say be careful of who's in front of the thing that you're shooting at. You know what it's like to, like, you're fighting, like, this crocosaur. And just as you're about getting ready to help finish it off by plunging your sword into its jaw, like, and up its upper jaw, you feel a wall of force. Instead of you trying to just stab it up its mouth, feels you getting shoved into its mouth and then having its jaws clamp down on your upper arm.
Ooh.
Yeah. Actually, no, it was on this arm. Got a big old bite mark right here underneath my shirt.
Oh.
I almost lost my arm that day.
It could be the flea magic.
Anything?
Father Orion's been possessed!
Look, if anything,
I don't have the mask. Kazak's apprehended that, like,
I'm doing
when I
things
first
that
came
I'm
in.
not built for.
We were just talking about bouncing.
Many, I have felt such a disconnect between me and my people.
Get back here, you.
Little ghost.
Boop.
Wow. I'm waiting for Lex to show up for our next little treat of the evening.
Oh no.
But it really depends on how late the Glass City will stay open for.
So Leslie left already? Dang.
She did.
Unfortunate.
You can always use her standing stone.
I don't think Kiki ever got it.
Damn.
Oh well.
You could always ask Cramron.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But I will say, I do need to be available when Lex spawns in. So
You can just run off. It's fine.
all right, sounds good.
There's a few things I need to talk to the captains about. I was thinking about maybe splitting our forces up into two things. An expeditionary force, which is those who go out to help fight out the wars and stuff, and then the home guard. Those who deal with more the investigation side.
Hey,
oh,
Cram.
Hi.
Do you happen to have Lashley's sending stone information?
She sent me a letter today before I came over here. That letter said, let me just pull it out of my pocket real quick. Yeah. It said, back soon, speaking with a friend. And that was the note that she left me at my house.
So you can't sending stone her?
I could try to sending stone her. Let me see if I can get a reception on her.
Why does this keep
Hello?
happening? Every time this happens, I lose my mind. It is so scary. Oh my goodness. Krim, is that you?
Yeah,
Krim,
I
are
tried
you
to call
okay?
it too. Yeah, I'm alright. How are you?
Okay. I will skip that question, and how can I help? Is there an emergency?
Kiki just wanted to
Kiki wanted
chat
to know if
about
you were okay.
Desmond.
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay. Let me guess. You're gonna want to meet at the Glass City, aren't you?
Yeah.
As does everyone. Okay, just give me a riddle so that the people who listen in on this thing aren't gonna fucking figure out where I am, because I'm really not supposed to be here right now.
A riddle. You seek knowledge, but also you seek adventure. You seek stories tall, true, and fictional. Where am I?
I think I can make it there. It's gonna be a little bit tight. Alright, I'll do my best.
Yeah.
Wait, you gotta give them the answer.
And
You can-
be more careful with the sending stones.
You can
They're
come along if you'd
really
like,
dangerous.
Krimron.
Okay. Now that I think of it, it's been months since I've been able to return that book.
Don't tell anyone, but this is my natural habitat.
Mr. Krim,
You see Krim put down a very. You see Krim putting down a book.
Hmm.
Yes, book.
You see on it. It says "The Adventures of Mochi," Part 3. And you see that there's a small little bunny sitting on a log.
That looks quite adorable.
Yeah, I was reading that to the kids. It's also a book I used to read when I was little.
Oh.
So it's kind of for them and for me.
Oh.
No.
Also, it's been a while since I've been here.
Oh.
Yeah, I was surprised that they would have fictional books here as well, but I think that should I go escort Lashley to the library?
I imagine she knows how to get here.
I think she's been here before.
But she's just gonna walk. So it's gonna take a moment.
That is true. Well, might as well pull up a seat.
You're welcome to be here for part of this conversation, Ripley, but I will have to ask you to leave before broaching a certain topic.
And what is that topic?
I mean, it's a topic you know about, but should be quite terrified to hear you talking about it, I'm sure.
Well, before I go, may I give you some insight? But the price is a coin. A coin toss specifically for you. But Grandma, I'll just give it to him.
Well,
I just like to be tedious like that. I'm sorry.
Well, he is one of my students. I guess he is something for me.
Yeah, I'll just give it to you. Heads or tails? I like gambling. Why not? You can see a coin in Ripley's hands as he flips it between his fingers.
Tails.
Tails. Flip. Oh, you got it. Oh. Hello.
Hello, Julie.
I'll tell you later. Hey, Lazuli.
Alright.
Why are you inviting me here? It must be urgent because I'm very much not supposed to be here right now.
Well, just now there were people from the Fell family asking around about grave robbers.
Yeah, I've been hearing about that.
Just because it's a grave robber, you think I'm involved?
No.
I'll tell you this. The only thing graves are useful for is tomb moss. The factor in the body dissipates into the environment pretty quickly after it dies. I wouldn't have any reason to rob a grave.
The issue is that they're looking for people who seem to have freed Desmond from the Fell graveyard.
Wait, Desmond's an
What do you mean, freed Desmond?
I'm not completely
Where
certain.
did he come from?
From what I was told, he was locked up in there's a graveyard and then a grove and then an extra dimensional place, and they used some hand to get through all of that.
I mean, that's horrible, and I cannot believe... Of course it was somebody. Well, hold on. So you mean to tell me that somebody who has been locked away just got out, didn't tell us, and we let... I'm so stupid. God damn it.
How are you supposed to know?
I don't
was
That's stupid.
I was told that Alora was the one that made the deal with him in the first place.
Alora.
Alora?
Yeah, to do a surgery on Nephthys.
Huh. I gave her the thermometer for that. Wait, you don't think she'd...
Nothing conclusive.
Nothing conclusive. Do we know at least who it is that the cells are looking for?
I think they're looking for anyone that was involved.
Shit. Do we have any good scapegoats?
I'm not quite sure. But the thing is...
It's gonna be hard for me to do anything about because I don't even know what happened.
Well, if you
It's all
don't know
news
what
to me.
happened, can you tell me whatever you know about Desmond then?
Desmond is somewhere, not quite an alchemist, not quite a mage, but most certainly an expert practicing you saw the notes, right? That runic script we saw, they're the only person I've ever known who could do anything with it, and they can do some horrific stuff with it, which is, I get it. Like, that surgery, you can't help people without cutting them open sometimes, and that's fine. I can't. It's so frustrating that the only person who knows how to help people with that is also the... shit.
Yeah.
Hee. At the root rum, did we ever collect the soul runes from the crime scene?
We didn't.
We should get those as soon as we can.
Yeah.
It's been cleaned up.
He did say something quite interesting in the middle of that. Well,
I assume by you?
No, by Rift.
Rift?
No. Fuck.
All the blood and all the stuff, but I don't know if the
Easy
runes
there.
are still there though.
We can always check.
can always check.
When it's open again.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
even
open.
have anybody left in these night orders where I can trust.
No,
We can't get into the Everwilds at the moment.
Oh, that is true.
Shit.
Nexus
But the thing that
I'm gonna need to move. I'm not having a conversation while you're around. Goodbye.
I am handing something to you.
Emmy,
How about this? You can hand it to me.
Pink elephants, pink elephants, pink elephants, pink elephants, pink elephants, pink elephants, pink elephants.
Here's the bottle
Pink
you handed
elephants.
Stern.
Pink elephants. Oh, I'm interested.
What's that?
Hold on, let me actually show it for you guys. Tiki.
Ooh. Lasky.
What's that mark on your hand?
It's been a long day.
I can go over it with you later if you will allow, Lajali.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness, thank goodness, thank goodness, thank goodness.
What's wrong?
Wait, is that the antidote?
Yeah, it's an antidote of sorts. Not the one they should be taking. Shit, no. I need to stand up. I need to focus. What
Alright.
exactly do you need from me right now? I need to get out of
Okay.
here. That was a direct threat. I need to get out of here. You
Okay,
have
okay.
15
Just-
seconds and I'm going.
1. Who has Soul Saber?
I don't know. I lost it in the desert.
Damn it. 2. Desmond mentioned being able to use some sort of transfer runes to look deeper into the soul.
If you
Do
want
you-
evidence of those, you're gonna have to search the crime scene. I didn't
You
learn
don't-
about them personally.
You didn't learn about them yourself?
All I know is what I saw during the surgery, and I don't have a good enough recollection to predict. This is more than 15 seconds. Is there anything else beyond Tim? Shit. I need to get out of here. I knew coming here was a mistake. Oh, gods. That's worse than
sorry,
receiving
Leslie.
a severed head in the mail. I need to get out of here.
Oh, Leslie. Wait. Oh.
What?
Oh. Before we go, take this. It is a steel flexible pipe. It's made out of steel plating. It's kind of like steel armor, but it should help in alchemy stuff. Okay. I just wanted to give you that before, after the surgery was done, but we couldn't.
By the way,
so.
I'm keeping the alchemy supplies
Yes.
at the Whispers until the Everwilds is back open if you need anything, okay? You're welcome to help
Oh,
yourself
okay,
to
that's
some
what it is.
trash.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright.
Thank you.
Now I need to get out of here before something worse
come on, hey.
happens.
Be
Yeah.
safe.
Be safe. Alchemy stuff.
That bitch Emmy is so problematic.
They sure do like to stir the pot, don't they?
That's an underestimate.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of feel like I should escort her out of here, you know?
Krem,
She caught up with someone?
I'm not sure. There are plenty of people with invisibility, though.
Hey, I'm gonna be with you as you're leaving. If that's okay.
Krim, shit. I hear talking. This way. What is it, Krim?
I'm just escorting you to make sure you're safe.
Thank you. Shit. Shit. Fuck. I knew I shouldn't have come here. Look, if we need to meet, we should probably do it at Redwall. Okay? From
Fair
now
enough.
on, all of you guys, or Aether, or the Everworlds, or anywhere other than here.
Mm-hmm.
Doodles. Wait, no, I'm coming along. Running the speed of light. Man,
You know, you could always just fly, right?
I don't trust
yeah,
using the
possibly,
magic
but-
here. I don't want anyone to know I'm here.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
we're in
There's a mystical,
Thank you
magical.
for seeing me off. If
fingerprint.
you have any other business here, you're welcome to attend. But thank you. I think it should be safe here.
Yeah.
What do you want, Kiki? Thank you.
We're just making sure that you get out of here safely.
Cards down.
Red have places to be in.
Yes, cards down.
And
Fucking
I'm announcing cards down and telling you that Blashley got summoned 3 times this
Yup.
Blast City, despite the fact that I
I'm
wasn't
aware.
going to bring her at all. What the fuck is wrong with people? Why do you want this stupid fucking idiot
I
so
haven't
much?
done anything wrong.
That's a lie, you know
I've
it.
done everything
Oh,
wrong.
good Christ.
Dude,
What is with
I
that?
want to
man?
say
By the way, you
there
can-
was no better retaliation for the heinous. Dude, I felt so bad while I was doing that. I was texting Noah in the back, and I'm like, I love Stern so much. They want to throttle leisurely. There was no better retaliation. That was perfect.
Oh yeah.
And now
I literally walked up to Satch. I was
sorry
like,
that
"Can
my
I
student's
take the
beating you up."
poison and hand it back?"
Your student? Wait, you have a
Oh,
Can you be
my
can you be
God.
less disruptive when I'm
Oh,
trying to talk to leisurely?
That's too fucking
Alright.
bad.
I
I
think
waited
you
there
Anyway.
already. You had
Yeah.
time.
Sadly.
You know how strong they are, right?
I like.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I am going to go to the medical guild. And
understood.
Mm,
Oh,
what's the closest?
okay.
mm.
Hello.
Hello, it's
Is I,
Yanni.
the guy who does the funny dance when it's RP pause where
Nobody's
I go.
looking. Ooh. I don't have
Gotta run away now.
Why? Why are you running away?
Oh.
Cause you
Do
did
you
the
want
funny
to do the
dance.
coin toss now or later?
Huh?
I do that.
The coin toss. You get
Oh.
one free thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm heading to bed, so I'll see y'all later.
Bye bye.
You're all
See ya.
adorable.
Goodbye.
Bye,
No,
video
you.
game character.
Yes.
God, I can't wait to have an
I
argument
was
with
thinking of
Brad.
Luxury getting a roll.
No, here's the thing. Goodbye,
Yeah.
Stardew Valley character.
Oh yeah. Dada likes tilling the soil. The soil is your mom.
All right. What was it, Pixel? What were you saying?
You get a free item back.
A free item?
No, you get a free information bit.
I get a free information.
Yeah.
Offered, or do we ask?
Just ask anytime.
Okay. Well, I don't think she has any questions at the moment.
I don't think they were built for people my size. What the fuck happened to you anyway? You have not explained that.
I thought I smelled a fellow cat.
I don't really think I count as a cat anymore.
Why not?
These
And?
kind of disqualifies me. Makes me more of a chimera than anything.
You're still a cat.
Do you happen to know what my thermometer is, by the way? I'm not sure.
Oh.
Yes.
No clue.
Well, if you'll excuse me, I am a little busy.
What are you a little busy with?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I did hear you, Yudo. So, what are you doing?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I sure would.
I am taking action because it seems like a lot of people can't.
Yeah? How well did that go for you last time?
Not very well, because I relied on other people. People who I thought I could trust.
You hate them now?
I didn't say that. And you shouldn't put words in my mouth. It's rude.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Why's that?
I could talk to you, or I could actually focus on something which is going to be useful, so I am going to do that. So I've been studying homunculi for quite a while. So...
So...
Right, well, so Red is going to start working away at creating some kind of concoction. While I work, you may as well fill me in on the bits of this that I'm not familiar with, which is to say, Soulcraft. I know next to nothing about the subject, and I'm assuming you do.
I knew sparse little, honestly.
Well, could you run me through what you do know? That would be useful. Something's better than nothing. You know,
Well, there seem to be various types of runes. Capturing, imprinting. I think there was one more. Either way, the thing that Desmond seemed to do was some sort of imprinting.
Mm-hmm. So, what else do you know then?
I know this.
Because I know that souls can be modified when put through runes. Halifax was actually looking into it for me until, until Desmond decided to pull off his little stunt. Halifax thought that Desmond's research might be useful for other unrelated reasons.
Oh my... My arm. Oh, you're on that same sort of stuff as Leisurely?
The concept of the 3 layers is imperfect, but it works. It's like a simplification, you know?
Well,
like a shortcut.
Why can my stuff work? Here you go. Bum, bum, bum. She'll start drawing. I have drawn 3 runes for you here. One, this one, with the least amount of runes, is the one that Lajali was doing is the one that Lajali made when she was doing that ill-advised thing with the soul crystal. And this one, this one is what the small one gave me just recently. She says it's hers. And this one, it has 1 more rune, and this one and then this one has 2 more runes than this one.
And what's that one? Is that the big Lajali's rune?
That's at least what she told me it was just recently. But these are all manner. But she also said that these are all manner of capture runes. None of them would actually be the thing that Desmond did.
Well, at the very least, that proves there's a difference between the 2 of them at this stage.
Maybe.
There's not some kind of...
The thing is, it's possible that they were just transcribing the runes incorrectly, because the big one gave me 2. The big one has given me 2 different runes now.
Oh, that's not... You know it would be a good test? Have the little one transcribe again and see if hers is the same. Because if both of them are changing, then perhaps it's part of Soulcraft that we don't know, because I do know that Soulcraft is unique to the individual. The runes you transcribe are unique per person.
The other thing...
everyone has their own methodology.
The other thing is that I'm pretty sure She said that these aren't her style or whatever of runecraft or soulcraft. These are things that she copied from Desmond.
Which means, of course, that we don't know if it's actually going to be...
Correct.
Damn it. And so we don't know if we can even trust these runes to get the smaller Lajli out of the body before it degrades entirely.
Yeah. Well, what about your idea? What about your idea of having her transcribe it again?
Well, that depends if she wants to. Of course.
I guess I'll go to Crimron's later.
Because that way, you will have... Well, if the small one transcribes and it's the same as previously, that means that there's something that is actually changing about the large one, which is what I suspect.
Aww. This has been getting worse.
Well, there's an idea for a test at any rate.
So why don't you tell me what you're doing here?
I am working on something that is for the betterment of someone's health for now. That's all. There's not much else I can do right now, okay? Nox died and got taken to hell because the big fucking Lajli was too busy with her own issues to help with a magical plague. Then I have to deal with...
She was actually dealing with another patient.
And who might that be exactly? She wasn't here for any of the plague-related stuff we were dealing with.
Dunno.
We have to deal with that on our own. Of course.
Why do you hate yourself, Red?
I don't hate myself, thank you very much.
Then why do you want everyone else to hate you?
I don't. You fuckers simply keep interfering and getting in my way. And then, well... I think Krim taught me a valuable lesson about trust. That's all I'll say. That too.
You blame Crimron for letting his emotions boil over when that's what you do all the time?
When was the last time I beat someone, Kiki? Do tell me. When was the last time I tried to spread misinformation the way that Lee and the big Lajli are doing? When was the last time I poisoned someone with an infectious plague? Really, I'd like to know. Let's leave that to boil. Have a few minutes.
You think just because your actions don't have immediate effects that they're any less dangerous than what Crimron has done?
At least I actually do something. Unlike most of you.
It's too bad your eyes are closed. If you would just work with me, we could help the small Lajli even better.
And what do you propose exactly?
Later tonight, Tani's going to be giving her a physical to check on her health. Have you done that yet?
I've seen the way the body's degrading, yes.
But have you done a physical?
That's why. You can't do a physical on a homunculus the same way you can do a physical on a regular human being. I have books on homunculi. I've been studying them for a fair while to help with Remix's little problem, as it happens. So, quite lucky, all in all. That we are where we are. Homunculi are not... The bodies are not designed to last. They only ever function for a short time before they fall apart. This is... Even in my world, the idea of creating life from nothing was something that not even the gods could do. The whole concept is fraught with problems and danger and everything else.
Of
There's a few
course.
solutions. Right now, the easiest is just stabilizing the body, giving a little bit of time. This Soulcraft bullshit of Desmond's I'm not a fan of, because if Desmond's the one who inscribed that rune, then for all we know, it could do the same thing to the small Lashly that's done to the big Lashly.
What?
Not acceptable. Have you really not noticed the large one's behavioral changes?
In what way?
She is trying to do everything in her power to, as quickly as possible, get as many allies in ways that don't suit her. Lee, this is a prime example. Lee's obsessed with Lashly. You're aware that
Continue.
You're aware that Lashly lost her lover like less than a week ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet, the big Lashly's already making out with Lee in public. That doesn't make sense. Lashly is not that good.
That doesn't make sense to you?
It makes sense in terms of she's using Lee.
It
Because
hardly
Lee is a useful idiot in this case.
It hardly makes sense to me, but there are many.
Shut up, 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 okay? You can debate what you're gonna do with my fucking body, all that you want. Leave Lee out of this. Please.
Seems you're wrong.
Please, leave Lee out of this. Please.
My apologies. That was one of the things I didn't
I
mean to
hate
ask.
looking up at you people like this.
Yep, come on.
Understandably.
Where the hell are you, Halifax? I can hear you. How long have you been up there?
Not very long, although I was aware of you two meeting for a while before I made my move.
It was quite unwise to come out here.
He's not in any danger,
Part of the
right?
military. Shouldn't they be able to protect me? Why are the members of the?
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
We should probably.
Not quite how I expected we to meet, but.
What do you mean?
Look, the brew I've been working on just needs about a minute more to boil, and the extract should be...
Alright, then we can get out of here.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And what is it supposed to do?
It was the least invasive thing I should do. It's supposed to simply bolster Homunculi's body to the...
How's that implant treating you?
It just keeps everything flowing most
Pretty good overall.
I have a magical solution.
Ended up losing the other one I got afterwards, but that one's still nice.
Well,
it's okay. And how have you been?
Clearly, you need a
Already seen
more
how she's-
experienced surgeon.
Oh. Ah.
Yes.
Honestly,
What?
I don't know.
Come on. Come on. Okay, I
hopeful,
guess.
I guess. I know it's foolish, but I'm hopeful. It's... A lot of people have come to check on me, and... I heard a lot of you ganged up on the doppelganger, and... Thank you.
try and find out information, and, well... You know they had a black card from Desmond, right? You were still in your body when they gave that to you, right? Actually.
No, I don't know anything about a black card, Desmond. I wouldn't take that. What are you on about?
Okay, so that was given after the body. There's something else.
It was given right after the surgery.
Which surgery, to be clear? Oh, that one. Okay.
So,
Can I ask for your perspective on...
Okay, do you know for sure that there was a card that was given after the surgery?
Whatever happened to put you in this body.
I cannot because...
I've heard a lot of speculation.
It's only speculation. She was given an envelope.
I was trying to get rid of the tracking crystal.
She was given an envelope.
Because it was bound to my soul.
By Desmond.
And I asked Desmond, because we were doing a lesson, if they knew any way to deal with that. And they said they did. And they used that opportunity to, right in front of Satch, pull me out of my own body, put me in this one, and stick the crystal to me while the other, not me, just looked down at me.
Wait.
Threatened me.
What?
And
Wait.
Threatened you?
Yes, with the syringe I was tortured with.
Wait, why was it done again?
To get the tracking crystal off of her. I thought you knew
Well,
that.
I asked for help
Desmond had
getting
an
the
ulterior
tracking
motive.
crystal.
One at a time, please. Lazuli.
I had a tracking crystal on me for a crime I didn't commit, and it was I was paranoid then about the Glass City military. I now know that they were on my side the whole time, and I shouldn't have been, but I took the crystal off. And the way that I did it is I asked Desmond, or I wanted to anyway, because I figured they would know how to deal with a cursed item because they know about the soul, right? I didn't expect them to pull what they pulled. And everybody in the room just watched as the bigger one fucking tortured me, threatened me, told me to stay quiet as other people came in and out of the room. I tried to escape, but they grabbed me and fucking...
And a lot of them seem to be under the impression that you're a doppelganger instead.
Oh God, shit.
One thing at a time. One thing at a time.
You guys believe me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, Red was in the process of convincing me. Yes.
Okay, you're going to see Red has a
Explain to you
small
what
vial with, well, the thing that they've been working on for small, actually. Okay, you're probably going to need a very small spoon. This is the least invasive thing we can use on you because, frankly, I don't understand full biology of you right now, and someone stole my fucking thermometer, so I can't check you to see if you still have the same... Look.
Do you have any mimic tongue?
You're in the Alchemist Guild too, right? You should have some. Mimic tongue.
Wait, sorry, what was the question?
Mimic tongue. Do you have any mimic tongue?
Thank you, Halifax.
I think so.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Here's the jar.
I thought I was gonna fucking die without seeing any of you guys again. Thank you. All right.
We'll make this right, one way or another.
Can you pass me the materials you used to make this? I can double check your results.
Okay, sure.
Hey, Red. Can you just decay the size of a spoon or something to deal with that?
I don't have my magic right now, so I can't.
What do you mean you don't have your magic? You didn't tell me about that.
No, I didn't, because... Look, it should be fine soon, just right now my body feels like it's on fire, and I have... Okay, look. I use that should have mixture
After
of
we're
gas
done
and
here, I'm
alcohol.
working on you, okay?
No, it will pass in...
You are my
a short
patient.
amount of time.
Okay.
Look,
Please
there's
let me
something
check.
much more important that I need your help with.
Understood.
Okay,
I'd
the
be more than
conduit
happy to
rewrite
help.
thing is...
Conduit through
something
shit.
that-
Is it another fucking magical plague? Ah, shit. I can't
Is
believe
this-
this is my thing now.
Is this a recipe that you concocted, Lazuli?
Tell me what this is made of.
So using your approach for various layers, specifically Yaz and Medril, because I think those are going to be the best ones to strengthen your homunculi fall in your current state. Again, like I said, least invasive for a homunculus body that we can get right now.
All right. I will roll for the attempt.
Jesus.
I would like to ask for advantage, because Red has been studying homunculi for a number of days now.
You're copying largely shitty recipes from memory. And now, rolling for Lazuli ability to verify the results. Shit.
No good?
I never wrote about this in the cookbook. Where did you learn how to do this?
I bought books on homunculi from Hugo specifically. A while ago, because I've been attempting to...
Books are pricey. Are you okay?
It was 20 gold, but to help Rem, so it was worth it.
Oh, jeez.
It's a lot of money. Goodness. All right.
Not that much.
Hey, Amy.
Oh, Emmy, it's good to see you again.
Pleasure seeing you.
Are you okay? I'm so sorry. I was working on some stuff to prepare a body for the process, but, well...
Do you still require a body to set it up?
Ideally, yes.
I have acquired a dealing with the pirates to get a body.
Awesome. I'll be able to get to work as soon as I can. The only thing I'm missing is... shit. I need to test some capture runes on people. If we're gonna try this.
Speaking of...
Using Desmond Soulcraft, to be clear.
That's what I've been studying to try to help, yes.
Speaking of Lazuli... Can you... Could you retranscribe that rune for me?
No, she is not.
Oh, goodness gracious. Could somebody pass me a quill? Thank you.
A little bit large. Apologies on that.
You know, while you work on that, I'm going to check that book, see if there's another brew we can make.
No, that will do.
But separate.
That will do. That will definitely do. I'm quite confident.
All right.
I mean, if you want, you are more than welcome to research, but frankly, that's probably the safest thing you could have done.
Double checking your work isn't a bad thing.
It's a very non-invasive form of medicine. It's not going to cure anything, but it's the perfect thing for symptom alleviation, particularly for the bronchitis I've had recently.
On the more magical side, I do actually have something that will help with you. Okay, look, I know you're not the fondest of magic, but you can make do if it'll help save your life, right?
Not a fact.
Let's avoid it while we can.
Have you been able to use magic in that state?
At least by time. I have. It's been easier, actually.
Huh?
Yeah. Here, watch this. Grab one of those blood bags from the shelf over there.
I'm just gonna telekinesis one over.
All right.
I would
And
hope
you're
that
going to
everyone here
watch
does not do
as-
anything rash.
He's not belligerent.
It bursts.
Blood magic.
So your body is no longer.
Your
Your body is no longer having
Lazuli.
problems. Okay.
Stay still. She will inspect.
You'll see the rune is partly complete. Yes.
She will inspect Lazuli, trying to look at the her ley lines around her heart.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Does Kiki have soul sight?
Yeah. How are you doing that?
Something to...
Just magical sight, right?
Soul sight is a specific thing under depths.
You will see that there is more magic in Mini Lashley right now than there's ever been in Big Lashley. But that is the highest level of resolution you are going to get.
Interesting.
Here, anyway, I'm gonna put this. Could you get a jar or something for me to put this in?
I'd be guessing that.
Stern! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Put it in the jar
Shit!
before you drop it.
She dropped it. Stern! Stern, is that really you? Stern! Stern! I missed you so much.
I would have had. She has more magic in her than even the bigger one.
Well, of course she does. Her body, the large body has always had problems, and you saw it through for long the same as me. The blood was, the conduits in the blood were all wrong.
The thing is,
so now
as per Lashley's notes, whatever operation goes with the soul runes, the soul. What we know as the soul is supposed to tag along with the spirit.
Yeah.
Stern, Halifax, Emmy.
I actually wanted to talk to you potentially afterwards.
You know what that implies, yes.
When you're free, of course.
Yeah, that doesn't change anything, does it?
You look dreadful. Goodness gracious, what's happened to you?
Not really.
Have you been sleeping?
But
I got sleep right now.
as unimportant figuring out which is which is, knowing what the runes were. The runes are the important part.
Okay, this is gonna be really weird.
Because I don't know if we'll be able to complete. I don't know if we'll be able to complete this without having the proper runes.
And we'll need to go to Desmond for that.
Thank you.
There are other methods of keeping her alive than soulcraft bullshit.
But we don't know how intertwined that magic gets.
I appreciate it a lot.
I know, that's why I'm saying we sidestep it entirely. There are ways of doing this that don't rely on Desmond's soulcraft, because Desmond's soulcraft is... The only person who's an expert on that is Desmond.
What I mean to say, there are magics that...
Yeah, what's up?
There are magics that require the same magic to solve.
Where do you think they would place it, or who would take it?
And if that is the case, we need to figure out these runes. We can obviously continue on with these experiments, but I'm going to continue to look into these.
So I would have had to have done that ritual, and if I did that,
I know. I'm just thinking of ways to keep the body alive indefinitely.
No.
Until we can get the soul situation solved. That's my focus right now.
You're not going to be doing what she's suggesting, are you?
Never soulbound.
I don't know. What I'm suggesting is I've had Remix.
Sorry, excuse me?
If it was stolen from her, then she never soulbound to it.
What I'll say...
Was it stolen?
What I will say is... Remix has been looking into how to turn organic matter into... slime.
Pretend I'm not here.
Ripley's my student. That's why he's usually
Thank
here.
you. I love you all so much. Thank you so much for the
Just
help.
wanted to make sure everybody was aware.
Yeah, we discussed this.
Come on.
And then as you do that, as you're finishing up, Kiki will pull out the paper from earlier today that had the 3 runes on it.
Alright. You will notice that all of the runes that Mini Lashley has given you
Fair enough.
are identical.
Reliable from the dragon side.
Okay.
There, I think it went
So
like
that proves
this.
it.
To help teach people how to defend themselves for long.
I'd say that proves it, though.
Maybe. Lashley, what do you...
The launch actually isn't tampered with. This
May
one...
I hold a conversation?
This one is the same. This one's static. This one isn't being changed or altered in any way. The other Lashley did have
Wait,
something
wait,
different.
this is too many assumptions. Lashley, what do you figure is up with this? This is the one I showed you last time, and this is the one that Lashley just gave me today.
Please don't call her Lashley.
The bigger one. This is what the bigger one showed me today.
I don't... All I know... Well, the one there, and she's pointing to the one with the least symbols on it, I know that you can modify a captured soul while it is captured by modifying the runes. Obviously, the easiest thing to do is just to remove one. So I'd imagine that it's for taking something out.
But then why does this one have extra?
Well, I guess it's the opposite, right? If Desmond made it, then Desmond would have put it there, but Desmond didn't make it. Bigger Lashley made it. I don't know.
Wait.
Has she been studying more soul?
Wait. Bigger Lashley made that. Hold on a second. When someone draws their rune, do they just inherently know what it is? Is Big Lashley? Would Big Lashley be aware?
I mean,
write it like that?
This is all from memory, right? So, like, I don't know, but...
Okay.
And I could be making a mistake, for the record, but, like, if you did have that and you removed it, then I imagine whatever that means, which I don't know any of these symbols mean, I'm still working on that, would be gone. And if you added something, then you would have something else that is new.
I was told also that... Well, there's a lot... How many runes are, like, total?
That's what I was wondering.
You have the literal notes that contain the smallest one.
Yeah.
Right. You know what? Fuck it. Because you're all staring at this, I'm going to roll a single D20 for Halifax.
Who knows the most about Soulcraft?
Halifax. You instantly realize that both of the new runes are of a radically different nature than everything else.
Do I glean anything else from them, or...?
Nope, that's all you glean.
What's up with...
Okay,
Did you notice something?
Those two don't match at all with how the other ones are meant to work. I can't quite place it, but something's different.
Think of it as like a different syntax.
Wait, which one? Which one? Which one's what?
So, the additions, each addition, while they are different additions, they both have something in common. And that's that they don't follow any of the grammatical rules that have been learned up until this point. It is a new grammatical rule.
Where did all these runes come from again? My apologies.
So these two are there's two of them that this Lashley gave us, and they have the least amount of runes. This one is the one that Lashley drew during the soul eye.
Let me look at your face.
The soul eye thingy, that whole fiasco, and this one was just from earlier today that she copied down for me.
Is the thing that's wrong with their eyes visible to an ordinary person, such as Minnie Lashley, whose entire line of sight...
I wish I had the chance to learn more first.
Shit.
Just can't place why they're different. There's a few possibilities, but I can't rule any of them out.
It's a lot. That has happened.
Still.
Oh my gosh.
How many runes did it take to capture Lazuli in that tiny body anyways? It should have taken at least a few dozen.
I don't know much, but I might be able to make something for the eyes. I have been working on a similar thing with Leek, okay? Does your eyes hurt? Do they sting at all?
No, not really. No, shit. At least.
Okay.
You shouldn't concentrate on this. You should concentrate on
soon. Okay.
Your body.
Where are you gonna be? Where are you gonna be later?
Too much.
I'm sure that anyone can come get me.
Okay. I want to have a closer look. Okay, please.
Okay.
I'm worried about you. You've already done so much for me.
Lashley,
What?
regarding Stern,
It's
the condition I have, Yeah, the condition I
No!
have that was.
What?
Wait a second.
Hold
Just
on.
listen.
How?
It can be spread. Apparently, it can be spread through mana. Something that I put in Halifax, it was able to transfer to Halifax. However, we did manage to cure Halifax. We actually managed to get it out of her system because when it was in the early stages, it's still curable.
How long has she had it for?
She
had it for.
We're not entirely sure.
Myself, I've
not more than a week or two.
Stern's had it for largely. Stern has had it for less time than Halifax, so we can still work with this.
Transmission vectors that we know of, though, are blood, contracts, mana transference, stuff like that. So just keep that in mind when you're examining her, okay?
I'm gonna write that
That's
down.
what Emmy's been saying, anyways.
If you have a cure, then I have a cure.
So let me tell you what the cure ended up being in my case. First, Nox went ahead and pulled my soul out, and then pulled all my mana out and blasted it away. Then he shot me in the heart, pulled all my blood out, and replaced it with seawater he transmuted into more blood. Then after that, he used earth magic to go ahead and effectively sift it out of my bones, which... all three of those in close proximity is what it took, though.
The bone thing is gonna be the hardest. Ugh.
For me,
it's doable, but
Halifax.
the spread to.
Yes.
These. So what do you see that's different? What do you see that's different? Is it these additional runes here and here?
Out of my body.
It's like a different syntax almost.
But it's these.
This is all really important.
You would need for that potion.
I'm gonna need to write this all down. Shit. Crim.
The people
I'm gonna write this all
that
down.
are infected. There was me. There was Halifax. There is Alice, and there is Stern.
Alice is infected.
Alice.
We believe so. Although it's mutated with her. Mine was most similar to Red's. Both Stern's I did.
Is she okay?
Everybody,
She's doing alright for now. I believe she's
I
infected
trust
with
them to figure this all out so far.
What?
The most important thing is that everything is written down. The only thing we have when we're treating a new condition is information, right? And knowing the way to do the treatments. Really important, especially if it does mutate, which is horrific if it does.
The biggest problem that seems to have happened is that everybody who caught it through me has mutated.
And that's who now?
That is Alice and Stern.
What?
That is the
Alice and Stern. Okay, thank you.
And mine also.
Kiki, what's wrong? You've been mumbling.
So I would be guessing that if these added symbols are different, then the bigger Lashley must have added them. Because if Desmond added them, it would have looked this. It would have been the same style, right?
She was handing out letters.
Do I look like I know?
Okay.
All I know about Soulcraft is the absolute basics, because ever since then I've been completely out of the loop.
Okay. One question then. Who was it that made the rune? It was Desmond, right?
I mean, Desmond was the one who made the rune, yes.
This one?
Deal with that after we get Nox out of hell.
This one, and she points to hers.
Yes.
Okay.
I think this is a modification, I didn't see that, by Desmond.
I wonder what that modification would do.
Yes. Check your own body.
It's taking something away. The only problem is that I don't know what the symbols mean.
The meaning depends on the person who wrote them, from what Desmond said. Assuming we can trust that.
That's completely useless. What am I supposed to do?
That's why I'm so frustrated. Because I can tell something.
You want to take a look at it?
I don't know what.
Yeah.
So there are currently 1, 2, 3. There are currently 4 runes written out. There is 2 of them that Lajli just wrote, that Lajli has wrote down. These have the least amount of runes. Yes.
You're gonna see her sipping a tincture out of a spoon.
This one right here is the one that the bigger Lajli was doing when she was trying to mess with the Omega Soul Eye, and it has an extra rune here that seems to be written in a different something. And then this
the one that was made while trying to do the Soul Eye was the one with the least amount of symbols. The one that she wrote had an additional symbol when you asked her this morning in character, Monday in real life. Cards up.
May I ask all this soul
My
life
brain.
energy referencing?
My
I don't think I know
brain.
this.
What?
able to cast.
I will draw you later a flowchart if it helps. There are literally 3.
I'm so curious.
Okay, there are. Yeah.
The oldest one, which is the one you helped Big Lashley research, was the one with the fewest amount of symbols,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. Okay.
The Mini Lashley wrote one. It had an extra symbol. Big Lashley wrote one. It had an extra symbol.
And those are
The
two
extra symbols
different.
are different.
Fuck me. All right.
Later,
Perhaps
cards
maybe
up.
they're opposites?
Okay.
Okay.
Why is Red running around cursing themselves
I
again?
just you know, just something.
Because no one is
Just
currently
light
able to
things, you
go
know.
Light
We've
things.
noticed.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
but-
Here's the thing. The only person that got cured other than
I'm-
me is Halifax, and they
So,
died
to clarify, the 2 extra symbols are the things that are
I will say we should probably start
syntactically
harvesting some
different.
samples from me, though. So
Yeah.
if there's anything we can
Okay,
glean
That's
from it,
correct.
it'd be
and there's-
They feel out of. To Halifax, they seemed out of place because all of the symbols that had existed up until that point, that have been recorded, have held the same set of grammatical rules. However, that is like, think of it like learning. You only know kanji, right? But
No,
then
no,
you learn
I
about like another thing.
understand.
Right.
But like I'm trying to figure out which is which, right? So the two there are 2 runes that Mini Lashley and Big Lashley have given me, and both of them have 1 extra rune, and that extra rune, it's for both of them are grammatically different.
Well, I mean,
Yes, and they are not the same extra rune.
Okay.
Wholly above all else. It is some kind of
I will draw these for you later.
Okay. Lashley, the thing is, the thing you're scared about from the tower, right? Is, do you know what it is specifically?
In any case, to potentially cure Sterling, more than likely,
It is the fact that there can only be one of any particular person at a time. Is the rule.
clear a mutation.
Well, if this seems to indicate that you 2 are different, then we wouldn't need to worry then, right?
We can at least have samples ready for later.
We would, because you could just use the same rune, right? And if you did that, then that would be doing the thing that the tower doesn't like, and they'd come by and they'd wipe our fucking memories or whatever else. It's the knowledge that's dangerous.
Not your existence.
Not a clarity question.
What's that?
Are these runes ancient arcanum?
They are. Roll.
Because
You're not a mage.
Kryn,
Don't ask the mage question.
They know plenty of arcane secrets, but you
are
get
au contraire, my pair. Let me.
Yeah, they know a shit ton about magic for some reason.
I hang out with a lot of mages. All right, so 1 second. Let me get a roller.
Because this doesn't seem to be affecting you in the same way that it affected me.
Violent mood swing.
So he kind of hung out with me, like who wrote a fucking thing to tell him to stop. This is a 20. This is a dodecahedron.
Yep.
I got a 16.
It is definitely not Ancient Arcanum.
They have ruin. They've been producing.
It's not Ancient Arcanum. What is this? You know, I was thinking, perhaps, what if these 2 symbols that you guys made were opposites of each other?
Let me check that.
If this goes unchecked,
there's only one-
the body
there's only
might
one way that-
produce too much ruin and auto-destruct itself.
This retcon is fucking with my head.
No.
Yeah, if there's anything.
Well, it's not a retcon. It is retconning your memory. It is the way that it happened. I think you understood wrong, and that's why I wanted to say that. I should not have said retcon. They are not opposites. But
I know.
they have a similar grammatical pattern.
Both are bad.
And you know what? I'll give it to you guys. It includes lines that go through the circle, kind of like an alchemical matrix. But the lines are in different places for each, and they're not opposites.
The only way that could happen is if your body has.
So with all the lines that are together, they basically are they like matching each other, but they're slightly different?
Yeah, it's a little bit different. I'll draw you the thing later. I'm trying my best to describe something visually right now. It is agony.
Yeah, hopefully we'll just look at it later and just stare at it.
The many wrinkles in my brain flex as I stare at this.
I did not realize this would become important tonight. What the fuck? My mistake. Lo siento.
That was your fault. Never assume anything. So they're almost identical to each other.
I don't suppose I could ask for your
Then again,
assistance in that at
the
some
two are
point?
more or less the same person. But wonder what hers was meant for.
The trinkets.
I don't know.
I'm confused.
All I know is
The
that
one that I saw you looking over at
at the end of the day, it was her
that I
who was
know you
able to get
have.
Desmond close to Nepsis. Wasn't it?
Yes.
I don't
So,
personally
one
mind
way or
your
another,
absence,
her
but
existence helped
the absence of it is becoming a bit of a problem.
Desmond, if
I'm
she's using
relatively
Desmond's
confused.
magic, then they're probably together.
Red's thermometer or whatever it is, the lens.
Symbols.
What about it?
You had it yesterday, right?
Does a mark of a dragon mean anything to you?
A mark of a dragon.
Or at least some kind of horned creature.
Like your
What?
Is mostly being subsumed at this stage by blotches.
Didn't look quite like it. She actually has some kind of tattoo on her hand.
I'm sorry, I'm thoroughly confused.
I have always wanted to get a tattoo. I just don't have the time.
I'll tell you about that later, Krem. Okay.
Then continuing on.
Is passively
And you said something about siphoning something, right?
raw chaos and also
Siphoning?
although it's kind of
Well, not siphoning. You said these runes do something, right?
Capture.
Are all of these capture?
this flushes
I mean, this one, and she points to her own, is a capture rune, right? So, like, they're all mostly, I mean, unless the difference here is the behavior.
Actually,
I would expect it to be.
If that, what do you mean that one's a capture one? Because the one that supposedly created the bigger one would have been an impression, right?
An impression is done by the medium, not by the ring. Unless there is something. I'm gonna be real. All I saw was the impression stone was used to make that rune. It is possible that the impression stone had something different written on it altogether, but it looks at a glance similar.
So it's the stone, the material then?
I think that the way they described it is that it is the hardness of the material that makes impression stones special. It is a level of hardness that isn't found in nature. And I don't know what they meant by that. I didn't figure out what the material was.
That seems to make sense because no matter how many times the bigger one tried, they couldn't get an impression with this rune here.
I guess.
Still don't know what that thing is from, by the way.
Only we could interrogate Desmond.
Yes.
I mean, when we find him, we might be able to ask him these questions, but
maybe.
we don't know where to find him.
Well, actually, maybe you're right.
He doesn't try to
I think Desmond.
I know how you can find them.
if it eats okay.
Where?
Emmy.
Figure out how the big one actually.
Is it just
Figure out from her.
Well,
If she's working with him, then
we
they must have some way to contact each other.
We seem to have certain. Satch has been telling me that he knows where Desmond went. So we have, and Rift also said. Rift said that he also tracked him down.
Be careful about Satch. Satch was watching me get tortured and just let it
Yeah,
happen.
I don't exactly trust that diviner.
Yeah, so if this thing
Yeah.
progresses slowly,
Don't know if they're also in
I-
on this or what, but
Krimron, it seems to have been resolved. I don't think anything will come of this, but out of an abundance of caution, please don't let Satch back into your house during this whole situation.
yeah, the hardest place to get out of it is
going to last that long.
If he stops by, I'll give him some food. That's about it.
well, then we need to
Okay.
find a way of training a lot of Chaos Mana.
Like I said, like I told her, anyone comes to my house with ill intentions, they've just stepped into the most dangerous place on the coin.
Yeah.
It's a
There is
stupid
one-
idea.
There is
No, there's
Not the idea.
Okay, I'm sorry to bother
Are you
you
done?
with this. I don't think there's much
No,
more
it's
we can
fine.
glean from this at the moment.
I appreciate that you're trying to help. I really do.
I'm
It's
just thinking that it would be important to figure this out. It might be important to figure this out to make sure your body doesn't reject whatever else it's put into.
I can probably
My
take a
own
copy of
body,
this to
you
my
mean?
house.
I mean, if that one was modified, wouldn't it possibly reject you as well?
The body couldn't have been modified. I mean, I saw the whole time. It was just the movement.
Couldn't we just get large enough?
It's my body. I know for a fact that it's my body, obviously, because I'm me, right? I don't know about this body. This body is rejecting me. I need to get back to my original body. That's the goal. I mean, actually, now that you mention it, if that one's been modified, has he been showing any, like, unusual symptoms lately? Like, is her health been okay?
Besides her infection that she had from that.
It's kind of hard to tell because she got someone infected her with the turquoise death.
Shit. Wait, someone infected her with it? I'm
Supposedly,
confused.
she was holding
I
it
thought
to.
she had the oldie sample.
She was holding it
okay,
to
that's
protect herself, and someone shot it.
Yes.
I tried to. Never mind. It's not your fault. Words
Like
can
I
only
said, I
travel
wasn't
so
there to
fast.
help stop it.
I'm sorry.
Because of some people's actions.
You have a stupid idea that's probably going to cause a fire explosion.
Mm.
Another idea which is going to vent this stuff into the air.
I'm sorry, I
I'm
couldn't
so
do
lucky
much
to
more
have
to help.
such good friends. No, it's okay. You guys tried your best. If she got away, she
I'll
got
probably
away.
take another look at it later.
Yeah.
Look, we just for the
Here.
time being, we need a way of getting all of that.
Here, I'll copy these down for you.
They're already trained from whatever was evil into darkness is probably going to be the safest option because it's worked in the past.
Alright, here you go, Krem.
This is kind of my fault anyway, so if anybody's
Thanks.
taking the risk, it should be me.
Then I'll step back and let you deal with it, I mean. I'll resort to your judgment on the disease I have been dealing with.
That is interesting, though. I guess there's no reason for us to use this information,
Right,
but
what's happening over
an
there?
impression stone needing unnatural hardness.
Just write everything down, okay?
You said it worked on me.
What can possibly be unnaturally hard?
Well, what this means is
If you
that
take pen,
they didn't
you
need
can't
to
make any
modify the
assumptions.
rune to. They didn't need to modify the rune in order to make the
In that
impression.
case, we need to write down everything we know, and we need to figure out if there's
So-
a pattern in it changing. I've dealt with
Why
this
are
shit
these runes different?
Don't make
Because
assumptions, okay? Write
it
everything down.
seems
I'm
like it seems
begging
like
you all to write everything
since
down.
they're
Do
all
not want
capture
anything to happen
runes,
to you.
they should.
I don't want anything to happen to any of you.
One of them must modify
Why
it.
does this shit keep happening? Why do things keep happening?
Which one, though?
Some sort of edit to her soul. That's disgusting. Lajuli,
If you think you can do that,
why were you so interested in this soulcraft in the first place?
There were a
they're busy
couple of
raising it up.
reasons. But first, the thing that kicked it off at least was I am helping Emmy with a medical issue. And I needed to be able to do this in order to work on it. And I'm sorry about the roadblock.
It's fine.
But there are quite a few people who also have... It's not her medical issue. And I'm not going to say whose it is because it's private, right? But
Leslie, before I go,
they at least can testify as to why it's important. Oh.
take this tiny little prototype sending stone. That way we can be in direct communication if needed.
He's gonna try it. Does it work? Hello?
Yep,
It's me.
loud and clear.
Understood. This thing, you made this, right?
Yes. I made sure that it couldn't be traced to anybody else's.
Perfect.
And I trust you with
There
this.
are a couple of other patients.
Grim hands you a small piece of paper. Memorize it, and then I need you to destroy it. It's coordinates to my house if you ever need.
Copy.
Do you mind if
at the earliest convenience?
Do you mind if I get your sending stone address?
All right. I'm gonna keep you waiting.
I don't know how these things work. You'll have to ask Halifax.
With them
Okay.
or with Unity?
This may sound odd from me, Lashley, but I'm sure you've already seen the horrors of this soulcraft, but I would ask you not to delve into this again after all this is over. This kind of magic has...
I know.
I've seen it. The wreckage. It spans entire worlds. The chaos it can bring.
I'll take everything that I learned to my grave. Everybody here, I trust, is not enough of an idiot to publish any of this. And hopefully it'll be a distant memory soon. I just need to fix the people that are my friends.
Thank you.
Of course, I understand. Believe me, I understand. I understand, I think, better than almost anyone ever could. I hate it too. I hate it so much.
Well.
So my ride out of here just left.
I imagine they're just
stay another night.
Chatting with someone.
Okay.
Yeah. If you need to stay another night, I can help you out with that.
I would appreciate it. Yeah. I needed to go out because you weren't in, and I was coordinating with Red, and a letter arrived.
I would actually honestly
needed to speak with them about this medicine.
recommend you stay with Scrim.
Goodness. Of course. Yeah, no, I just needed to... Well, we came here for treatment, and... you see, the fucking alchemy equipment's all been used.
How is it,
I can breathe a lot easier,
helping?
at least. So, they're onto something.
Resin completely useless then?
Yeah. You know...
You started
I wanna
talking.
say... Oh.
No, I sighed. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right. I don't know. I'd lost hope. You know, talking to you guys like this, it almost feels like I might be able to beat me again. Really nice. Not in this stupid, tiny little body. Being able to actually help people properly with my hands instead of just talking. That'd be nice. Thank you.
Don't worry.
Tawny will be by later.
I got this. Yeah,
She
Tawny
wants-
wants to speak to you about something.
She wants to inspect your health. I think she was working on a regeneration potion.
Here, I'd like to check her work, but
Yeah.
we can look at it.
I'm not a healer, so...
Regeneration potions are one of the most dangerous types of healing potions.
Oh, believe me, we remember the worm that was in Rift with that regeneration stuff that kept coming out of it. Now that was a nightmare.
Yeah. You probably understand then why I'm hesitant to take a regeneration potion. This was a much less invasive tinge cure. And honestly, just being able to breathe easy, both figuratively and literally, has been wonderful. Thank you. It's nice to have hope.
I mean, look at your state right now, right? And you're helping people. We got a plague on the way, but hey, we're solving it left and right. I mean, heck, Fester would be proud, wouldn't he?
Hell yeah. Goodness gracious, I haven't heard from Fester in a while. I wonder if... Fester could help! Fester knows about homunculi. Immensely, even. They can't
didn't we make one? We made one, right? No, that was an abomination. That wasn't a homunculus.
That was an
abomination.
Yeah.
As much as I wouldn't like to, that does... Fester would be pretty knowledgeable on this.
They won't know about soulcraft, probably. That's not their thing, but at the very least, this body.
Yeah.
The only person I know who knows how to get in touch with them is Rift, though. You'll have to convince them.
Well, I guess Fester might be hearing from two of his favorite students.
It's been a while. I hate that guy so much. What a fucking... Don't tell him
Fester?
I said that. Fester.
You've heeded my warnings, then.
Let me just say the feeling is mutual.
God. I hate that he's so useful. I really, really hate that he's so useful.
Well...
I really...
Rift was talking
cannot
about
believe.
another thing, wasn't he?
Right. Our failsafe. It's in the works.
Okay.
So I think we should hold off on talking to Fester. Because to be perfectly honest, I feel like Fester wouldn't mind this failing, so he has another thing to put inside of a jar.
Yeah. Best we don't. Best that would be our last resort.
If it does come to it,
yeah.
he does need me. There are things that I can do that he can't. That's
Hmm?
the leverage that I have over him.
Besides walking out in public? Well, not causing a scene when you walk out of public.
It's tenuous and it's complicated, but I've been able to extract a lot of information out of him through all of this.
God.
I just... Okay. We should probably get out of here before people get suspicious. I would much rather random citizens of the Glass City didn't have to deal with such a dangerous secret.
Alright, well I have your sending stone, so if anything happens, just give me a call. But if you want, you can... If you want to make it on your way, I mean...
Oh, could you give me those details?
This is gonna sound weird, but would you mind,
Putting it in my pocket?
Yeah. And... Thank you.
Okay.
Ugh.
Hey, what's that in your pocket? Oh, it's Jake. Say hi, Jake.
Hi.
Hi.
Alright, well, now that you're in my pocket, I'll take you home after I have a word with you, though. It's about that mark on her hand.
You may
So besides a fashion choice, what is it?
You may dislike me for this, but yeah, she made a deal with a demon.
Sorry,
Given that demons aren't inherently evil, what did she do?
It seemed, from what Remy was telling me, it was some sort of... I think it was a sort of manner of protection when she is in danger for the cost of a year of her life. And I will
really
also...
shouldn't have been there when Red decided to do that stupid fucking thing.
And I will apologize ahead of time. I'll apologize now. It is partially my fault that this happened. People were attempting people were attempting to stop her from making the deal, but I cannot abide. I cannot abide someone taking or rejecting a deal without their own say. So I stopped them and let her choose.
Protection from a devil, or at least a demon. Alright. I guess I'll have to brush up on my demonic and try to talk to this guy, potentially.
Remy was also saying that the bigger one is gonna try to renegotiate later, so the deal honestly seems pretty good for a demon. I don't know if a negotiation would make it go any better.
I mean, what? Alright, I'm not gonna affect your ghost.
What the fuck?
What the fuck are you on about good for a demon?
Demons normally ask for much more.
There's probably a catch then, right? I don't know anything about demons, but I know about wizards.
The catch probably...
favors have something insidious in the simple wording of them.
I would guess that the catch is that this demon expects the bigger Lajali to get into a lot more trouble in the future.
Given what happened with Stern and the others, especially after Red's intervention with Lajali.
Hey, Red almost got it. Like, can't fault a man for trying.
I'm not.
He's
it's
been
just that...
really the person who stood up for me the most out of like everything. I'm really grateful to him, even if he did mess it up.
The problem is that I'm trying to help make sure that they stay alive.
We should probably get Lajali home.
Yeah, let's... deals with devils. Yeah, sure, they're not inherently evil.
I mean, I know for a fact that they aren't inherently evil. Some of the best people I know are infernals.
Well, thank you for our understanding then. I expect many people to be quite annoyed if I let someone make a deal with a demon.
Well, I mean, to be fair, that's probably not a good look for her.
No, not at all.
I guess she probably doesn't care about good looks at this point if everybody's starting to realize that she's a fucking doppelganger.
All in all, I think you're having a better time.
Yeah, you have a... To be perfectly honest, between the two of you, I think you're having it better right now.
Thank you guys so much. You've done so much for me. I could never have expected this. Thank you. Oh, wait. Would you please let Red know, Kiki, that... And she's gonna peek out of the pocket. That Kerman is taking me home.
Sure thing.
So that they don't know where I am right now, and they'll probably think something bad happened.
Sure
also,
thing.
Tell them thank you, and that I'll write them, okay? Or that they can write me.
Of course.
Thank you, Kiki. I appreciate it.
Hello. Yeah. My dear Miss Red.
In a minute, Kiki. Stern? Hey, Stern. Stern, please just listen. It does not matter whose fault this is right now. All we need to do is find solutions. That is all we need to focus on, because Emmy, she's...
Greetings.
Look, just because she's gone doesn't...
You think you're pink, I can't tell.
This will be quite quick. Crimron is taking our little friend home right now, and she says thank you and to write to her. That is all.
Did she drink the concoction?
Yes.
And?
She seems to be breathing better. Huh?
They wanted to talk to me for Alice.
Yeah. I think they were feeling the heat of being in here too long, though. If you would like to, I can bring you by Crimron's later.
Yeah, that works.
Don't stare at the horns too hard.
And, this invitation is only for Stern.
I don't know if I would even be in the mood to follow.
Ah, I see.
Still me.
Discord.
Kiki.
Yeah.
Something for the small Ashley. You're light and growth, right?
Of course.
You're aware that holy can be used as maybe not. I don't know if you know how the magic works. Look, light feeds into holy. Holy is permanence. You can use holy to effectively put something into stasis. If it comes down to it, if the small Ashley gets to the point where she's degrading too quickly, choosing holy with the right spin and twist will be able to put her into a state of perpetuation of herself if it gets critical.
Here's the thing. While a good idea, this can be risky and infringe upon stopping time.
Yeah.
At least stopping someone's time.
But emotionally,
which
I know. That's why I'm not. That's why I didn't do it. That's why I'm simply bringing up the idea in case it becomes a necessity.
So I would take the heat. I understand.
You're not going to get in. You're not going to get in trouble with the tower.
No, I mean I understand your desire to help.
I also can't cast as easily.
Stern, as much as you blame yourself, you committed the action I couldn't finish. Even if I had succeeded, this would have been my fault. And I was going for that. A way to cure myself. You just took the last step.
I don't.
You couldn't.
feel connected to it anymore, but I feel it.
It was. Your decision was to help me. And you did.
It's like I'm seeing a sibling that I never wanted.
It was
It's
rash.
but
It was an in-the-moment decision. But it
I know, but I shouldn't ask why. At this point, I should know.
I still don't believe that she lives. I hold to heaven believe that she lives.
I hope you can win this gambit.
No, I could. But at the same time, I'm not sure why we can.
Please tell me you're getting some benefit out of this.
Yeah. It's giving me that, so yeah.
Is this the gamble you took?
There was never going to be enough time for you to figure this out properly. Never. You just took a decision and tried to go for it. It's incredibly rash. But it's just the after effects.
I've had enough being beat by my friends one day.
I'm not going to hit you that hard. Still going to hit you though.
That Ripley is a little bit of a rat, isn't he?
Yes, they are.
So nosy.
Would you like to be a good cat and chase them around?
That does sound appetizing. But I better not be eating any of the folks around here.
You crazy.
At least give them a good scare.
Fucking gambling addicted.
And miss this?
Mother fucking fool.
To be fair, this is kind of expected.
Just glad that you're still you. And I hope whatever you're gaining from this proves worthwhile. Otherwise...
Well, based on what we've learned about the disease that I have, this is something that's helping me push that back and stay alive longer, so yeah. I'd say it's what hopes for that.
A gambit.
And... well, that's what life is for, isn't it? Gambits.
It's quite interesting. If only I had the time to observe more.
Just... so many things I could say. Some I want to say. But... not going to question that. Not going to question that. Not going to question that at all. Oh god. There's many things Rem can say. Some that wants to say. Some that would even say. But Red has probably already heard all of it at this point. So there'd be no point in, well, more thoroughly hitting the nails into the coffin at this point. But I'm just glad Red has more time. Even if it's with something that I still am very much angry at. Pulling the horn.
Ooh, me too, me too, me too. Oh.
Are you sure? You want to? Are you sure? Are you sure?
Me too, me too.
Rip it off.
Paul.
Rip this thing off and choke it if I could. Yeah. But...
yeah, it's like pulling on someone's ball, right?
Oh, how did I end up here?
Ram is aware.
Okay.
Though I was hoping that feeling would have been passed on to Jester and Red. If I heard Red... Rem will apologize
My
for hurting
replacement
Red,
tethered
if
to
I
this
hurt.
reality. Better come here
He's
soon.
not going to apologize for the Jester, though. Jester can fuck itself.
Tracer Overwatch fucking disappear.
Oh.
Hey, Red.
There's actually something I need to talk to you about regarding Ivan in a bit. Yes.
To lighten up the mood a bit, and also because I think it's a funny subject to bring back up, Remix has recently learned how humans bed slime.
I mean, I'm not laughing.
Who taught you?
Rem was aware of attraction.
Julian.
Oh yeah, he gave her this book.
Was aware of affection as well as love.
He gave
and
her
that
this
Rem
book.
recognized that could such, but
What is that book? Why do you have a book?
apparently
Fucking monster fuckers, all of you.
What was it called again? You motherfucker.
from what I was aware,
It is not called that.
What did you say it was called?
Interspecies reviewer.
Wasn't it like intermediate sex ed or something?
Intervening Sex Ed Volume 2.
I hate all of you so much.
Apparently, for what it's worth,
Oh, I'm so proud of myself for that.
Yeah.
this is fully out of character, but just fucking just get fucking rammed home. Just
Look, it's not my fault people find you hot. Stop ramming me.
God damn it! I walked into that one. I hate that. Not that. One of these days I'll get vengeance on you, Malia. Anyway.
This is the first time it's felt like it's slowed down just a little bit.
It feels like how it's supposed to be. Relaxing.
Just a tad.
Did you have to address the book, though?
Mild entertainment.
I know it. Evil.
Satch is lucky
am
you were there,
quite
you know.
Evil.
Yes.
I very much like sparring with words.
True.
Quite efficient.
But also, Rem can also be petty.
Yeah.
Both of you.
Oh.
But some pettiness.
But alas, it seems like you helped a little. Or you helped a lot. Well, my manner of getting him to stop going after the little one was gonna be demoralization instead.
I don't think a lot of us had interest in the little one. The bigger one was a more.
I mean, Satch seems to have... Satch wants to take pity on the little one.
Satch thinks both are real, and will treat both of them as such.
Not really. I heard he was calling the little one it.
They
I held a
were...
conversation with him recently, not too long ago, and that was his opinion. It has changed.
It has.
In regards to their existence, do you recall that what they proposed was something out of act of mercy?
It was.
Even if they do refer even if it is in reference as it, their words spoke true themselves. Lasley's still their friend, regardless of which form.
Of course.
Can fault him as much as one can, but at the end of the day, Satch is still their own person.
Like I said, I don't really get along with many diviners.
He is a mess of a person. An alcoholic, drug-induced, homeless man.
Sorry,
but arguably is still. But is arguably better compared to some.
I feel like I just had some kind of aneurysm when I heard some very concerning information from. Where did you put that book?
To explain more properly.
Where did you put that book?
Julian gave it. Apparently, there is a advanced and expert variation of it.
To put simply, because this is because of Rem's own lack of knowledge in how it works here. Essentially, what this amounts to is that there's not just different species,
I'm back.
but more accurately, those are the races of Aether, and do mind I am using races purposefully in this moment, likely have a common denominating ancestor, one close enough to essentially allow for, well, different races to interbreed, or at the very least, for some apparent reason, there's a lot more.
I mean, you know a lot about the contents of this book, wouldn't you?
I don't need to answer that question.
I will also state that Julian happens to carry
hey, she told me she touched
variations
cats.
of the book on himself, and there is multiple copies.
I did no such thing, Kiki.
Apparently, Julian always carries at least one variation of each on himself at all times, and also there's multiple copies.
You can't get rid of them
There's
all.
not been people educated on this.
Ask him.
I
don't
Yeah.
Let's
highly amusing.
Let's just go over here to talk instead of letting the people who want to.
Is this gonna be a lesson?
A private lesson.
A private lesson.
How scandalous. That is very relaxing to do.
What did you give to her? What did you give to Lajali?
Ah, the bottle?
She freaked out when she got it.
A potion to die. Lajali gave it to Stern, and I took it off of her. You're not getting that.
Apologies, what did I walk into?
Yeah, when Marjorie was around, before she left, we kind of just left it there.
I'm sorry, I was weirding
So
out,
she didn't give it
Red
to
with the
you.
information about,
She left it there and
inter-slime
said
breeding.
that one should have a
Oh,
choice.
that book.
I understand what she means.
Oh, yes.
Classic.
So much so that Remix and Red decided to get
I understand what she means, but the manner in which she did so
Should we go
can
forward
sound
with
like
the
encouragement
spell
to
you had in
people
mind
at their
for Stern?
lowest.
Oh, I already accomplished it. Great success.
Excellent. Glad to hear. Sorry about that.
The only
You feeling
thing to
any better?
fix now is her blood and bones, but I cannot do
I could maybe do bones, but I'll tell you from experience, it's one of the most excruciating things you can feel.
it. Is
Probably
the
best to
last
put you
thing
under
we should do.
first. You'll have to move quickly, though. Blood is what we should target next. Otherwise, it'll just spread again.
Actually, the little one seems to have a penchant for blood now.
I was hoping she would, although I didn't want to ask it of her if she wasn't in a state to do that.
I don't even. Is she still here?
No.
Then we cannot do so.
Yeah.
I can take Stern over. I can take her to Crimron's. Oh well, I was taking her to Crimron's later, anyways.
Oh, was it you? You were asking about sending stones, right?
We should.
Yeah.
We should potentially.
You gave her the sending stone, right? Could I get that address?
That little one. The address that Crimron gave?
The means to contact the sending stone you gave her.
Sure, I did make a spare. This won't give you location, though.
If we are going to cure Stern tonight, Minnie Lashley is going to deal with blood. Inadvertently, you're going to have to probably bring both me and Halifax for bones, as I have earth, they have dark.
And I know what it feels like.
This needs to be cured now. Otherwise,
Yeah.
If we wait,
they're going to get rewritten.
Exactly. Not only that, but also it'll just reinfect her soul again.
Is there a risk of people operating on her to catch it?
I don't think Emmy and I will be affected. We've both been cured. We hopefully have some kind of immunity. As long as you're not pulling the mana directly out and interacting with it yourself, you should be okay. But if you try to run it through you, then you're at risk.
Nox
almost had that happen.
Nox has done it with Halifax to pull the blood out and then put new ones in. This shouldn't be happening. What we are going to need to do is take a bunch of blood to go do this, to do the transfusion.
You know,
So we're going to need a lot of universal
it is kind of weird hearing about people trying to operate on you. I don't know. Just never had
Trying to cure you.
I know. I just never had that kind of.
Out of character, we'll have to figure out how to arrange all that because
Yeah.
It may
have king for a bunch of blood.
It may have to be on Monday if but
We'll figure something out, yeah. Alright, let's go ask them for their blood. Sorry, blood. I'll say, learning to cast with Julian was interesting.
Actually, do you happen to know where to get a soul cage?
I can't cast. I'm out of mana. I don't know. This instant's gonna close.
It's old.
It'll. Yeah.
Oh no, that's fine.
Well,
it has squeaky bones.
Hard end is soon, anyways, isn't it?
If you enforce one. I haven't been in the Discord. Whoops.
Yeah, I'm in the Discord.
I forgot.
Discord with Melody. I know we're supposed to
Time
be
to do
there,
a fun,
but
eh?
I'm always around when people. I'm always around people that are at least in there, so I can know.
Yeah. All right.
Oh.
Jesus.
Hello.
Jump scare.
Terrifying.
Whoever would be standing there for. It looks like fucking Foxy just going. Whoa! Cassie's writing me a letter.
Aww.
I don't know what Big Lazuli left Stern letter apparently.
Emmy interrupted when I was gonna ask the big one for the soul cage. Now she's run off. Oh well, hopefully.
I'm not sure how to feel about that vial of morphine.
Hmm?
Feel about that vial.
How do you mean?
Part of me's drawn to it, I guess.
There are many people here that care about you, Stern. And I myself would be rather sad if you were gone.
I'm just so tired.
I know. I know that tiredness.
Been tired for the last 10 days. Haven't had proper rest. And the one time I did, people started dying the next day. And the day after that.
The exhaustion. You can feel it in your bones, in your soul.
The plague, this thing that's playing with my head. Along with the plague playing with my head. Stress playing with my head. I know. He told me when I was laying there that I'm getting my due. I don't think I did anything that drastically wrong to deserve it. Maybe I did. I couldn't.
There is no due, Stern. The universe is chaotic and cruel. Things just happen.
You'd assume that a chaos mage would, maybe at least try to dodge out of the way. I remember being capable, relied on, and it working out. It's not working out anymore.
I'm sorry, but I'm not that good at comforting, but I'll tell you this. As long as you keep trying, the people around you will also keep trying.
So, I can assume that you're far older than me, so one life's trouble compared to 100, it's kind of hard to quantify.
I wouldn't say so.
I mean, it's easy to understand, not easy to comfort. It's more like a skill.
I
don't blame you for it.
I would say a mortal's problems are much more
specific.
Important than my own.
Yeah. Since you only have eternity to figure it out.
I may have an eternity for myself, but I only have the life.
The problem with don't.
The people.
Problem with.
The people that I love do not have my time.
How do you deal with it?
Well, you're seeing it.
Like, drown in sadness and sorrow.
No.
Not able to do anything.
I go around and I try.
I've lost the drive to try anymore.
It is difficult. I know.
Why is Red's head red?
Uh...
I'm not liking that.
Didn't...
I don't know if I want to go over there. I have to go.
Stern. I won't say it'll get easier, but there are far more things for you to experience.
As much as I experience, it doesn't get better. You just kind of grow with the weight. Grow strong enough to hold it. What happened?
The blood problem is solved. We have enough blood to do the transfusion.
What happened? What was her hair red?
I don't know. I was speaking to Julian the entire time. I assume they're just messing around at this point.
Just figured it out.
Eyes, sound, perception.
And then played her prank too.
Red, my dear Red. Can you tell us Can you tell us a comforting reason why your hair was red?
Mm-hmm.
That was
I was
the
born.
look.
I was born with it. I was born with red hair.
Now all of China knows your hair was red. I mean, what?
Illusion on me to show how I used to look.
Ah.
Yes, don't worry.
Yes.
Don't worry about that.
Your legs are kind of
Okay, let me just...
like at a 45-degree angle.
Also, did the joke on Red. Mine temporarily clapped because they generally thought you adopted me.
Yeah,
you
got me pretty good with that one too.
Halifax daughter. And the friend was like, yeah, no, say hi to my new sister. And Red was like, you what?
I missed
I
that!
can get used to this. I could get used to this. Yeah. You miss Red getting blown.
Actually, here, hold on.
That's good.
Because I know this joke is gonna go fucking really well. You know for a fact if Rift knows, or if Rift you pull the prank on Rift and watch his reaction, you'll get the truth out of him real fucking quick. If he was interested in Carolyn.
Oh, you're right. That's such a good idea. We have to do that. We have to. Oh gosh.
I will have to consider that actually in the future.
Are you sure you're not a cat?
Hey, I'm a bard. I do have my playful side. I don't do it often. Because I have I've got way too much responsibilities.
To be fair, don't know how Julian would react to being twisted, but definitely know most cats have this reaction when being twisted.
Huh?
Except
You okay?
Do not the cat.
I've been attacked.
What is that thing flying around? What is that?
No, that was an attack.
I just missed it.
This is an attack.
There's two of them. They're up above us a little bit. Up over there, I think. If we don't really see them.
Let's have footage.
Okay, Rema's going to spin you really fast, but I don't think that's going to be a wise idea. So it's going to let go instead. Left.
Long Kiki.
Kiki should know at this point. Rem does this out of affection.
Yeah.
Also, here, Kiki. I'll get you something that I know that will make you feel better.
Yeah.
And you see a little cherub float by and gets a plate of raw fish. It's a nice juicy salmon.
How many salmon do you
is my
have at storage at this
favorite.
point?
We have a lot. Like, keep in mind, I'm feeding a country. We have, and also, we have been given a ludicrous amount of ships. We have a ludicrous amount of ships. We also have
Thank you.
Oh yeah, sure, I'll take the plate. And Cherub takes the plate. Now,
fair enough.
See,
point is made.
Yeah, with fish. Luckily enough, since we have the port, and we are a island country. Like, our country is relatively large, but we do have a lot of ports around the country because often enough times, well, hey, we want to make sure people have plenty of jobs. We want to make sure we have plenty to eat, and fish can repopulate far faster than most other land animals. So,
true.
And also, the oceans around us are fucking huge. So, figured, like, and we are making sure that the water elementals below are keeping track of things below so we don't overfish. But
understood. What is that?
I don't know, and I think it's somebody about. I think it's somebody about freaking shark.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
If they're being shits, then you know, if they're shits on the boat.
Is there literally anybody else in the Glass City at this point? Probably not, huh? Yeah, pretty much just us. Your AF can't spawn. Oh, I'm gonna boop you. You're hiding. Aha! I'm thinking we're probably gonna wind down soon. You shall get booped. Boop. I think I'm actually pretty exhausted now. Blah. You running from something, Remy? You running from something, Remy?
The weird gray masses.
Aw.
Also, Rem has discussed we learned how to twin cast, albeit with catapults.
Where'd everybody go?
There's a...
Kiki, where'd everybody go?
Dunno. There's not many people still awake.
Oh.
How many more? Where are they? I almost got hit by Kiki leg.
Yeah.
I prefer not to be. Would prefer not to be hit by legs. Has had one too many times. Ugh.
Key kicked.
Yes, actually. Remember, Rem used to be a small blob. There are many that just kicked Rem. Ugh.
No.
Why is that surprising? Why is that surprising to Kiki? Rem used to be small blob slime. Plenty of things kicked Rem.
They must be punished.
Rem doesn't even know if most of them are alive. What?
I will hunt them down across time and punish them each.
Kiki, no. Don't get vengeance. Don't get vengeance on behalf of Rem. Wait. That's it. Left.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Huh?
I'm just doing the thing now.
Oh. Ah.
Is not gonna try and grip space time for vengeance, right?
Okay, okay.
Seriously, I can't fucking find him.
I should've. Uh-oh. We're surrounded.
That's fine.
Get away from her.
The knowledge. What is the knowledge?
This is the knowledge that tops.
Get him, Kiki.
The knowledge of knowledge.
What is the knowledge of knowledge?
Yes, wouldn't you like to know?
Okay, at that point, Kiki, you can't get them.
This is very important knowledge.
The knowledge of a poison.
Okay.
Did you know if you stick your finger in your ear and move it up and down, it sounds like How dare you?
Oh my god! He can't believe you. Oh, not me.
This is why Rem learned catapult and levitate.
Never stick a golf ball inside of your belly button, that's how you suck.
You're still holding the marble, yes?
Oh.
Actually, want me to prove it. Catapult, off ledge.
Batter up.
Catapult, off ledge. Well, that worked. They never let go of the marbles. Wait, they still have the fly runes.
Let's get away.
Leave before they leave.
We should run. Should run. Definitely should run. I thought I saw Kiki. Did you find the others?
No, we should probably get out of here.
Oh. At this point, yes. It's not what to do with these things.
Maybe I should take a break from studies tonight.
Rem needs to... Wait, Jazz supposed to be coming soon. Jazz supposed to be coming soon. Rem needs to head to dorm. Hey. Where's that one going over there? Are they over there?
I actually ought to sleep tonight.
Probably a good idea.
I've been just looking through those. I've been looking through those Gold Coast notes all the past few days.
Everyone appreciates Kiki for your endeavors.
Yeah.
Should Rem will try to assist in the near future? Wait. Oh, is that one of them nearby? That is one of them in front of us.
I've been also looking through my memories to see if I can find any discrepancies with Lajali, but I don't think there are any.
Catapult, off ledge. Rem might just killed one of those things. It's fine.
Oh.
pick up.
My God.
No,
Where is everyone else? Where did they go?
I know where they are. They're just doing a little wrap-up scene. They are okay, because it is really late. Is everybody in agreement that we could probably end the role-playing here?
Yeah, probably.
Just playing.
Understood? With this, ladies and gentlemen, the Glass City. I hope you guys had a great time, and thank you all so much. Now, you don't have to all of a sudden leave right away, but obviously we're being eased.
God.
Being bullied.
Now I just gotta make sure that the glass. I gotta make sure that I say. Great.
Thank you for hosting, as always, Pastor.
I try. I hope everybody had a wonderful time.
I had a great time.
Emotional support slime.
And
I love.
What was up?
Yeah.
If anything,
I can't believe Remy's protecting those traitors.
Protecting traitors, what?
Yeah.
Character, no, in character, we're doing a funny bit that she might have been, because it's gonna throw people off for a bit.
The traitors.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna throw me off.
I'm just jokingly, whenever, like, Julian or any of the other, like, Cyndaquil fucking family members is present, they're gonna, like, they're just gonna go, like, oh, hey, sis, or, like, oh, hey, bro.
Well, fucking just
like, wait, what?
No, can you get it on? Can you get it on stream? Can you get it on streams in front of Rift?
Oh God!
It'll be too funny. Just to throw a joke. But I do apologize to everybody for the whole kerfuffling chaos that happened with the Glass City server being merged.
It's fine.
I think it just could have been handled a little bit better, but overall it's fine.
I had requested that things be like. Maybe it was one of those things where maybe I didn't make it clear enough, so this could be on me. But I had hoped, or at least I had wished. I spoke about it. I spoke about it a little bit, being like, "Hey guys, make sure it's spoken plainly. Your intentions."
She is
because this is gonna go.
A character who isn't horrifically depressing like Lashley is.
Yeah.
But for some reason,
But I mean, again.
Nice. Light-hearted character to the
I'll admit myself, when I think I was still at work when I fucking saw it, I'm just like, okay, just take a break.
3 times in a row.
Let me check my Discord notifications, and it's like,
I have to fucking sneak her in.
Yeah, just
like a fucking rat.
Let me look at my notifications.
Can I see the depressed girl?
Yeah, it's like you're happy. No, here's the fucking more depressed looking version. There we go.
Like if there's something I was
missing,
and everything.
Yeah,
I'm here. I'm here.
Being like, so is the Glass City like gone now? Like, do we have a time? Like, only bit of time to like save our shit?
Alright, I'm gonna desummon the voices.
The city is still here. All they want is that they take everything out of this server and just move it to
So, how did you guys enjoy?
We can still have our own channel and do our own thing with like, just hang out and shit. Like, we have our friends chat. It's like out of character area.
Yeah.
That's what I think that I have as the Glass City, which is the name of the tavern. But it is just everything got moved. Everything's getting moved over, and then I'm gonna archive the Glass City Discord, and then we're good.
I'm enjoying Mini Lashley being really great friends with Red.
It's an achievement at times now that I've had some time to play.
Oh, well, okay, with that whole thing, like, Krim knows
so big and so popular.
A little bit, like, shaky voice.
Not even the Dominion got this level of treatment. Not like the Dominion was never had this level of shit. They
that wasn't Red. That was like
because of just everything that happened.
Scream of like horror and just like
got asked to be like, all right, you guys are so massive, we cannot keep control over you guys. That is just. Yeah, I just love.
Good night, everyone. I hope you all had an amazing time.